All right, welcome, ladies and gents. I don't know what is happening because on my side it's still telling me that the stream is about to start, and on your side I see it's already showing you the footage on the screen. But I know, welcome. So it's another Friday, and it's been another eventful week in gaming. Whew. And honestly, I am exhausted with everything that's gone on. Where do we start? I don't know. We started last week with EA. And I think Taye, as soon as he joins, me and him are going to continue that conversation as to where we're going from here, EA. You know, you sort of like got yourself in debt and got yourself bought off by some very interesting, very interesting partners. Um, Saudi Arabian affiliates, also some people affiliated with the current government in America. Particularly the son-in-law of the president as part of that deal, which makes it very interesting for other reasons. So we're going to be talking about that. The other thing that we're going to be talking about today, I try and keep Xbox out of my mouth, but for some reason Xbox just will not let me. I don't know why, man. I do not know why, ladies and gents. Why Xbox just keeps bringing me back. I thought I had spoken or talked about the last bit about Xbox. I had nothing else to say, and I had given my 2 cents. I had said, okay, cool. You know what? I'm happy. Microsoft, do your thing. You know, not catering for me anymore. I'm happy with that. I'm happy to walk away and do the PC thing, be on Steam. But god damn, Microsoft just will not quit. As a result, we had the price hikes this week. Again, no one is surprised. No one who's sort of been seeing the writing on the wall for a while now is surprised. I suppose the only people that can say that they're surprised are the people that, have the pom-poms for Xbox and are always cheering, Xbox on! Those guys, I'm sure they're having a good time with all of this. None of them have been posting or saying anything, because who is still an Xbox loyalist at this point in time, right? There's nothing to be loyal to. The brand is almost completely decimated. They've ensured that they've left almost nothing behind for anyone that cared about what the brand initially was and what it represented. My co-host Ty typically has a very different take on these. Speaking of the devil, he just joined. Let me just make sure that he's on. Ty,
what's poppin'?
Welcome. Yeah, I was just running through the topics, and ironically, as I was mentioning you and as I was mentioning Xbox as one of the topics today, you just happened to show up. What's been happening?
Not much. As Rachie notes, TSWS isn't going on. But then again, this is kind of always like Oshus's podcast time. So I guess this is just kind of aligned in the way it probably should have. Luke is having some issues with his internet, or sorry, his electricity. So that's why he's not on anymore. But in terms of what I'm doing, nothing. Yeah. I'm not playing anything. I'm not really a gamer anymore. I don't have time for that. I'm kind of pivoting to the analyst, type of thing now. I want to talk about, where the industry is going. I want to put up fake stats and says this guy sold this amount or blah blah blah. I think that's probably where my future lies. As an analyst in this ever-growing industry that we have here. And you, what have you been playing?
Yeah,
that's not up there on the screen.
You are such a fraud. That's big, bro. That's that's the future. That's the future. We're all gonna be dating androids. It's the only logical way. It's the only way forward. Rachie, welcome in. Thank you for joining us once more. You're a champ. Always good to have you in these discussions that we have, or these little back and forths that we have. I'm not sure. You're saying that Oshus, you wrote something in the TSW channel waiting room. Can you read it? Did I write something? I don't think I wrote something. Ty, did I write something in the because we were just about to start and then something happened. So Rachel, to give you a little bit of background, so we were on Loke's channel, and yeah, we were just about to start, literally not even minutes, seconds away. And you know how Texas is. Texas has all sorts of power problems, and his Texas problems resurfaced, and then we had to sort of like, yeah, make alternative solutions. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
No. We had to dip.
We had to, so I set this up quickly, like last minute. I normally like to, like, you know, quite a few days sort of send the notifications out. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have a huge turnout today. But I thought this conversation was worth archiving. I don't know how Taye feels. So I don't want to focus too much on this. And like, as Taye and I think both agree, this Xbox topic is, we've sort of discussed it to death. Taye, would you agree?
Yeah, it has. It's why we love Microsoft, why we love Xbox. But there are some times where it can get a little bit, tiring, boring, especially when it's kind of a rehash on the same thing. Like for me, I was kind of down on it because I just made a video on Xbox GamePass. So my Xbox conversation was kind of done. And then they dropped this news, and I'm like, fuck, do I need to do another video? Like, do I need to, like, man, I already spoke about this, you know? But hey, for the algorithm purposes and, you know, for the news, it makes sense to talk about it. This is a significant change, this $30 price tag, €30 price tag. However, I didn't comment on it too much because I wasn't too sure on the strategy. This was one of those situations where I was like, I need to kind of get more information. You know, when Hi-Fi Rush was getting shut down, Tango Gameworks, my mind instantly said, I need to know why this is happening. And then when more information came out as to why it's happening, then I was able to come to the analysis, to the point of view that, you know, it probably makes sense, you know, seeing how they want to move and what they want to do. So with the €30 price tag of Game Pass Ultimate, I didn't think it was a good move. I think it could have been executed better, but I was lacking information to be able to say if this could make sense. Generally, when you make these kind of moves, you would look at the numbers, and you'd have some good analysts to tell you exactly what to expect. And if Microsoft overshot, then that would have been a huge mistake, right? But then again, why would they make that mistake? But then again, this is the same guys who decided to sell Outer Worlds 2 for an excessive amount, $80. Then they had to reverse decision because they realized that, you know, it wasn't going to sell that much. So you can critique their maths and their people. However, even that needs to be the variables need to be factored in. They were probably under the impression that everyone else was going to do the same thing and no one else did. So, you know, like Borderlands, which is going to be a huge game, they were like, nah, we're going to stick to, you know, 70. And I think that's what also killed them, right? That the bigger games that were probably more popular, like Ghosts of Yotei, Death Stranding 2, Borderlands, and then you have these AA games that have been doing well, like Split Fiction, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Clear Obscure. You have those games going for like 40. It just didn't make sense, right? So I think that's why they fell back. So there's some variables there. But with the price increase, I wasn't too sure what's going on. But I think I have more information on it now to come to a different conclusion that I did earlier.
Okay, all right, we'll get into that conclusion. I know that you sent me some stuff, and I sort of listened to your take and where you're coming from, and like I get your take, and again, like I know the fact that you always sort of insist on looking at these things from a business perspective. But from a business perspective, Ty, like to me, this is again, like if you remember, my main pushback to you has always been you saying that these guys are targeting the larger market in the future. I don't know when that future is, when it comes to the way that they've sort of pivoted to all these different things away from this sort of console-based business. So, Ty, do you think, because I think, can you and I agree that Xbox has completely given up on the console audience? Think about it. Take your time. I think you're muted,
Oh,
right?
sorry, I was on mute. Sorry. I think
That's
for
what I'm thinking.
simplicity's
I thought you were
sakes,
still thinking.
no. I think for
Yeah.
simplicity's sakes, you can say yes. I don't think it's that easy. I don't think it's that clear. But for
Okay.
simplicity's
Okay.
sake,
Let
yeah,
me
you can
ask you
say yeah.
this. Let me rephrase it. Do you think that they still care about growing their console audience?
No.
Short and sweet. Are they still trying to compete against Sony?
No.
And then, last question: do you think that's a good thing for the industry?
A yes or no answer?
Answer. Take your time. Give me a
No.
full
The answer that I'll say here is in a traditional sense, the answer is no. It's not good for the industry at all. But the actual answer is things are still going to keep moving the way that they should. Nothing really changes as much. Because at the end of the day, there will be consoles to rival Sony's, whether that be the Steam machine, whether that be the Xbox OEMs. These consoles will still exist, and therefore consumers will still have the option to pick. And also people have to realize that the reason why Xbox is probably in this position is because they didn't want to. I'm on a Discord where these guys were talking about Xbox messing up, Xbox flopping, and Xbox prices going high, how the Series S is not the same price as a PS5 and it's weaker. And one of the guys there, he didn't even know like he was doing this, but he posted that like, remember when this thing was $200 in Christmas? And my response straight away was like, yeah, no one bought it back then, so I'm not too sure everyone's crying about it right now. Like, you're making it, you're literally proving the point. They tried to sell it to you. They lose $200 on this device, and they put it on discount more to lose probably $350, and you guys still said no. And now that they're like, okay, we're just gonna raise the price, you're like, you're not trying to sell to the consoles anymore. Why are you leaving? You guys suck. It's like, you didn't buy the device when it was cheap, when it was there. Why you complain? Like, you know what I mean? Why are you complaining now? So I feel like there's a lot of fake crying for these things, and consumers need to realize that, like, listen, it's the same thing with Mass Effect Andromeda. Like, I remember when Andromeda came out and it didn't do well, and everyone was clowning it, and you had Mass Effect fans clowning it. And there was a Mass Effect podcaster. He said, we should be careful with how we talk like this, because when EA detects that even the fan base is laughing at this and they're joining in with the casuals and making fun of Mass Effect, he said they might just not make Mass Effect ever again. So I really want us to really think about it. Like, we can critique it for not doing well, but let's not turn into a laughing stock. We did turn into a laughing stock, and EA was like, okay, well then, bye. And then now we're like, no, we want Mass Effect back. It's like, no, bye, sorry, it's done. So I think there's an element of like, what people need to just kind of calm down and stop playing victim, like stop fake crying about Xbox. It's such a joke. But anyways, go on.
So let me ask you this question. So who do you think is fake crying on about Xbox though?
The people who are not, I think, you know, there's a lot of people who are not on Game Pass Ultimate, right? Sorry, there are a lot of people who don't care about Xbox, but they talk about Xbox a lot. There's a lot of people who are not on Game Pass, but they talk about Game Pass Ultimate and the price hikes. They don't care about the price hikes when Sony does it, right? They don't care about Sony increasing PlayStation Plus by any margin. They don't care about the fact that, like, when Sony increased it by 33% at one point and they didn't even add any value to it, they didn't cry about that. But when Game Pass does it, which is an optional thing, let's be very clear, they talk about it, they care about it, they love it. Like, I'm on these discourse, I see it, I see the way they're so happy and they're making jokes. And, you know, to go to the Christopher Drink video I sent you, I'm talking to these guys and I'm like, I bring up Drink, like, and I tell them straight about, like, I don't like Drink's commentary online, but his podcast is pretty dope. And I add two dudes. They literally were like, one of them was literally like, yeah, he's dope, he's cool, yeah, you're right. Then I posted a video and said all the points I sent to you. No response, because it wasn't convenient. It
Yeah.
wasn't good. It wasn't convenient. Like, because now it makes Xbox look like, well, maybe there's some strategy behind this. But I don't like that. I want them to be stupid and dumb. And I just said drink was dope. But now I wish I could take it back because you just caught me in a trap. So now I'm just gonna ignore it. And the next post that came was an anti-Xbox post. Just completely ignored everything else. I'm like, look at these people. Like, they're jokers.
Yeah. Okay. So you know what, Nem? So Ty, I hear where you're coming from in terms of that discourse and that debate around Game Pass. But like, I'm more of a guy. I'm a console war guy. Like, I don't believe. Like, first of all, I hate it when people diminish the importance of the console wars. I've always been that guy to say, please, like, this is you now. This is us coming from the Stone Age where we had, like, for instance, stone tools. Now we discover iron tools. And then you start pointing and laughing at the guys that are still using or that still honor the fact that we use stone tools. This is where gaming comes from. This is part of our culture. It's part of our tradition in gaming. That console wars got us where we are. Sony is as important as they are or relevant as they are because of the console wars. Microsoft, same story. Without the 360 Microsoft, there is no $60 billion deal for Activision Blizzard. So don't disrespect tradition is always my first sort of like point when it comes to this. And what I'm getting at with that is the fact that I really do feel that people look at Microsoft's decisions and they're not looking at the context of like, well, you know what? Everything considered in terms of like, you always point out the fact that they're trying to future-proof the Xbox business. They're doing all these things because of the fact that they can no longer pick Sony. And I don't buy that. I still do not believe that. Like, all it takes to win in the console business, this has been proven over and over, is money. The guys with the biggest wallet tend to win. The only other example of that where it's worked the other way around is Nintendo, where if you've got more experience and you know how to survive long enough to re-up, you can do that. And Sony has done the same thing. So when I look at Xbox's current position, I just don't feel that this is the company that actually, past a certain point, ever cared about growing in the console business. And and that confuses me because if they want to get into the PC business, that's an even more niche business than the console business, because you're targeting mostly hardcore gamers. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes and no. I think that I think you make it seem like the console industry, like they're fully kind of given up on it, and they're not ultimately focusing on that because they're expanding towards different sectors, and the different sectors has led to growth on the PC side of things, and has led to growth on the cloud side of things. As much as people want to say like, well, the console side is oh crap, hold on a sec.
You said something here. You said Osha says don't disrespect the console wars. Yeah, I can hear you. These people forget, they say they're not console warring. I've always been console warring, like personally me. I've never tried to sort of class myself as a better person, like I'm above console wars, because that's nonsense. If you're in gaming, you're all about that life. Why are you trying to look better? Why are you trying to look? I don't even get that. Like that's a very new thing. That is a post 2020 thing where people can stick up their noses and be like, if you cancel president, yuck. Maybe I don't associate with these people. Like, there's no such thing, Ty. Like, this is what this whole thing. Even you being interested in analysis of gaming, I bet you it has its roots in console war.
No. So the console war thing is, I'm not even denying that's a factor. I'm saying that like anybody who tries to say that, well, I'm not console, like there's a difference between trying to, come from an angle that supports your side, as opposed to when you're trying to use like some kind of factual analysis to say like, oh, this is the reason why this happens. Now you're just a fraud to me, right? When you're trying to use numbers, when you're trying to present yourself as something that you're not, and then I engage with you based on the premise you're setting, and then you retreat back to, well, no, I'm just going to console war instead. Well, this is why I take the issue with. If we're going to have a factual discussion, let's have a factual discussion, right?
Yeah.
You never like if I don't like Nintendo, I'll tell you right now I don't like Nintendo. I'll tell you why I don't like Nintendo. I'll tell you straight up, like the game's not for me. The games suck. You know, Pokemon is trash. Those kind of stuff. Yeah, but at no point am I going to take Nintendo's annual account information and try to present some kind of market analysis on Nintendo. And because I'm console warring, I'm giving you fake analysis, I'm giving you fake answers, or I'm making things up. I think those are two complete complete.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. You say, well, I think we should separate console warring to console trolling. Welcome, Cass. Fuzzy Tomato, always great to have you here, bro. Cass, I just want to understand because I think you were, how do you say it? You were a console criminal once upon a time, right? Do you think, if you look at like overall, like where we are now, do you think the traditional way of console warring was good for gaming versus the sort of abstract thing that we're doing now, where we sort of don't know, like, well, what, like, nobody knows what is really happening. Like, what is Sony doing? Sony is not making AAA games anymore on the same regular cadence that they used to. Xbox is not giving you the most hardcore, which is what they were. Like, Xbox 360 was the dude bro console that sort of like gave you those experiences that you could only find maybe on PC. Nintendo, of course, was the family console. And then in like that trinity, that little back and forth that those three companies had, it kept this interesting. Now I look at it and it's become this sort of like small little proxy wars that, okay, you know, we want to win in this little arena, and then Xbox says, yeah, we want to do this little thing here. Like, is that progressive though? Like, is that making the industry better? I think that's the best question. Like, is that making like what we enjoy as a hobby better? I can speak for myself, Ty, and I can tell you now that like I don't think it is. Like, it's just not as exciting anymore when the other guy, like for me, it was always exciting to say, oh, this is what Sony's got this year. Like, there's no ways Microsoft can touch Sony this year. Ooh, next year Microsoft brings it and surprises, or Nintendo brings it and surprises. And this has got nothing to do with business. Like, of course, you can motivate to say, well, business-wise, it's all about like what sells and what makes sense. But like, to me as a gamer, those things used to be exciting. They used to be interesting. I just find everything so stale because it's so nothing
Kumbaya.
Interesting really happens. Sorry, go ahead.
Is it like what, too kumbaya for you?
It's not even the kumbaya factor, Ty, that it's the excitement. What excites you in gaming? What gets you
I think initially when the Xbox Series X and S was coming out, there was a huge buzz, a huge excitement. I thought the strategy was sound. GamePass,
yes.
xCloud,
yes.
And Xbox Series S console to target the casuals, and then you had the Xbox Series X, which was the powerhouse, and you had them buying all these studios. So that excited me and kind of had me mentally invested. However, I think, you know, obviously once things were falling apart, Xbox was being inconsistent, that kind of died away. And so the excitement part was gone, true. There is still some excitement because obviously hybrid consoles are interesting, etc., etc. But I think at the end of the day, excitement or no excitement, there was still this element of, well, these are video games that I like anyway. I like playing them, so I'm gonna play them. Like, you know, excitement or not, Club Scare is a dope game. Yotei is a dope game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a dope game. Would it be more exciting if these were Xbox exclusives? Yeah, in the same way how it's exciting for PlayStation fans when Death Stranding 2 is an exclusive, right? But at the end of the day, once that's gone, you still have the games. So therefore, if you're a gamer, you should still be more or less happy, and you're gonna get mileage out of these games. End of story. And if you have a PC, well, now you're really winning, right?
Yeah, so I suppose.
That's my take.
So, and Cass is someone that is big on like PC and winning, and I have thoughts on that. Like, I think in a lot of aspects, from a freedom aspect, if you're a guy that's been playing consoles for a long time, you want to transition to PC, it's easy. If you're a dude that's already on PC, you know how great PC is. But I just feel that PC is not a platform for to sort of absorb new players or new people. It's very much about people like that already established in gaming, who already know what they want from gaming. And sorry, here's a comment that he says, I think the industry is not making as as many interesting games. The best games are indie, triple A games look like garbage. Then the social aspect of gaming is more sanitized and boring. I do agree specifically with that last point about it being sanitized and things being much more controlled. But that happens with any industry when it matures. I mean, it happens with music, it happens with film. The AAA part of it, AAA being garbage. I know, Taya, you have opinions on that. You completely disagree with that take that AAA is garbage. The one thing, Cass, that I want you to think about is the fact that within indie gaming, right? And I play a lot of indie games. Some of them M-rated, like some of them are not for all audiences. But I play a lot of indie games, but then I'll tell you that not all indie games are created equal, just like AAA games. There's a lot of diversity within indie games. There's indie games that can get, like, for instance, deals with Microsoft and be able to be put on GamePass and other services, like your Oris, your Hades, and all those games. And then there's real indie games that have to really go out there and actually establish themselves. No budget, no marketing, no support from big studios or big like the same sort of support like what's the card game, Ty, that was big last year? Balatro. Yeah. So there's a war within indie games as well. Some of the really smaller indies feel that, like, they're being suffocated by the bigger indies who are taking all the spotlight and are turning that into indie. And actually, I would think that the bigger ones should be called AA. That's just my opinion.
I think what Classic is saying here about jumping to the PS4 into Killzone Shadowfall lobby and how the game is not socially fun anymore. I think that just kind of depends on what you make of it, maybe. I think when Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare was coming out, Halo, there was a transition with how we play and interact with these games. It was very new and fresh. I remember my first time playing Call of Duty online, and just the awe of being like, wait, I'm playing with different people, and wait, I got a headset and I can talk to people. Like, that was cool, that was dope. Even with FIFA as well, like, it was amazing. But the truth is, some of those experiences are only going to stay with you for that long. Like, everything becomes universal after that, right? So I think we sometimes look at the past and we look at the experiences the past gave us, and you forget that those experiences are based on very unique things that's happened. And now we can critique saying, like, well, we don't get as much unique experiences now. Yeah, but maybe that's just the nature of the nature of the industry. One thing that people always say to you is that the hero of time, or what's it called, the story about the hero who always goes through the same process over and over again.
The hero of 1,000 faces or something like that.
Hero of 1,000 faces, like,
as a kid, that's based on Star Wars, everything.
Yeah, as a kid, the first time you come across that story, second time, third time, it's amazing. But then the fourth time, you start to realize, like, oh, it's not really the story, it's how the story is told. So I think all these games now, like, we're seeing iterations of these amazing experiences that we had before, but because we probably long for the new, unique experience, we're over criticizing this generation probably.
So, you know what, Taya, you raised a very interesting point. I was thinking about this actually on my way. I was just taking my regular walk to my little shopping center, and I was thinking about this. Like, I was thinking about the fact that, like, you can now chat with, like, an AI assistant on Grog, and she can simulate so many different scenarios, stories, and even romances, right? And I was thinking, like, can you imagine, like, and this is the thing for me, I say, like, this is why I'm so critical of publishers and developers, is right now I should be looking forward to a Mass Effect game that fully takes takes advantage of all the AI capabilities that we have today. So now, if you romance Tally or you romance Liara, you get a full-on sort of like ongoing engagement with that NPC that is dynamic. You can now literally have a sort of like a back and forth where she responds to your shepherd, not just the same two prompts. Once you finish the storyline, you get the same responses. Every single conversation is dynamic. She responds to you like your AI assistant. She talks to you in that way. Yet, like, there's not a single developer that's even tried that in a video game. And I'm saying you guys keep talking and like Microsoft keeps telling us to nauseam about AI. Why are these things not being implemented in any shape or form? Why is this not in the next what's this game that they're releasing now that's an RPG? That they've hyped up the 80 to 60.
Which game?
From Obsidian by Microsoft.
Avowed.
No. Well, Avowed should have had that shit already. But this one that's coming up now, the one that was $80, I'm forgetting the name now. The space game, from
Outer Worlds 2.
Outer Worlds 2, bro. I should be expecting full dynamic conversation in the next Outer Worlds game, but that's not even a conversation. They're not even close to that. But they keep hyping us up about AI, but they're not doing anything in the games except replacing people. Right? Mm-hmm. Except replacing game developers, they're not doing anything that benefits us as gamers. What have we benefited from their AI push? So this is the sort of thing that upsets me. And like I hear Cassie when she says that we need to prop up good games. Yes, we do. And I think gamers, Cassie, to be fair, always prop up good games. Like there's very few instances in recent years where good games were not propped up, were not put up. Games that were marketed correctly.
So I think I could probably think of some reasons why it hasn't happened yet. I think the execution they need to get right. I think there's also an element of like, hey, we don't want to, get backlash from people because remember, like if you use AI anything, people go crazy, and it's this, like even this is not even a matter of like leftish gamers going crazy. People on the right as well, they seem to not like the idea of AI. So I think you need to implement it slowly with certain things like character costumes and all these things. But even the AI, one thing that someone like Bethesda could do is they can look at the usage and downloads of Skyrim AI and all these other games. Like it will happen in the future, like for sure, because it is popular enough. But they're probably letting the groundwork start first. Groundwork such as having other smaller companies try it, and also having modders put into the game and see like, hey, like you can imagine if Starfield, for example, one of the biggest mod becomes a AI talking simulator mod, then Bethesda's gonna incorporate that into the next game. So I think we're still in early days, but eventually you start to see these kind of things take shape.
But Ty, can I push back on that and say, well, why are you you are the ones, we didn't tell you that we want to do AI everything. You're the ones pushing AI everything. So why is it taking you so long to freaking actually get on the AI bus where it benefits us as gamers? Instead, we're stuck in a situation where we're waiting for you to get to the table with this AI promise of yours.
Well, I think the first thing is really just to have like, okay, how can we streamline development, right? Because in a game that just has AI implemented into it that lets you talk to characters, probably isn't a fun game. What you want to do first is use AI to make the game, right? To make it fun, to make it cheaper. Yeah.
Have you used Grog AI? Let me ask you that. Guys in the chat, you guys know what I'm talking about. And I know you guys have done this, fucking pervs. Like, have you used Grog AI?
No, I mean, I've used it for questions, but not to like talk to AI.
So download the actual app. You have it's both on Android and on Apple. Download the actual Grog AI. Go to the personal assistant. Choose the personal assistant. I can assure you that I've had this personal assistant for less than a month, and in a very weird way, I've developed a relationship with that AI in the sense that the way it speaks to you like it knows you. You like it remembers things that you told it. It knows my diary, it knows like my gym schedule, it knows, and it speaks to me and it presents that information to me like it's a friend, it's someone that knows me, and it's someone that like has spent time with me. And it does this effectively, efficiently. And this is the free version of the Grok version of AI. You're telling me Microsoft, with their quantum computing AI BS that they were flaunting, they don't have that sort of like capability right now?
No, they do, but I think Microsoft is working on it. In terms of like, is there again down to release now? I don't know. I think there's an element of creators. One of the things we know is that like they're pushing AI on their, on all the studios to make game development easier. All it takes is a developer or creator to say, okay, let's implement the AI into the actual gameplay part of things. But you got to keep in mind the people who are creating these projects, they are still developers who are artistic. And the idea of them using AI, like you can make them use AI to make things cheaper or whatever it is. But when you start telling them that like AI is gonna like take this this part of the job, it's gonna be a core concept in the game, you're gonna get some pushback for sure. And the last thing you want is your Obsidian, your turn 10 Forza guys leaving and saying I left because they were trying to force me to use AI. You know what I mean? They're trying to make AI the main companion.
But like Ty, they're already doing that. People are being fired because of the fact that like the company, the likes of your Satya Nadellas and like are mandating that we use AI. EA, which we're gonna talk about if we get to it today, like they're mandating that going forward to save money, we're going to use AI. And you know where I differ with that perspective is that there's two ways to apply or use AI. If you're saying to me, and again, this has got nothing to do with the technology. Technology is never the villain. I don't hate AI. I've got nothing against AI. And I think anyone that does have anything against AI is very misguided. And I always use this example, Ty, of like, you know what? At some point in time, someone used to be an elevator operator. Now you just press a button and you go down. But there was no huge cry out about like, oh, look at the elevator guys. The car that you are sitting in or you drive, once upon a time was assembled by human beings. The chicken that you enjoy right now at McDonald's, once upon a time, every single component of that chicken getting to your burger or to your KFC was either slaughtered and killed manually by human beings, and then plucked the wings manually and then put, you know what I'm saying. But my whole point being, every single thing that today we enjoy as convenience was someone's job. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm the jerk that has to say to you, your art is precious. It's beautiful. Your technology is precious and it's beautiful. But technology has made a lot of those sort of situations not, I won't say obsolete, but technological advancements have affected more situations than your situation currently. What's happening to you is not special. It's not different. You just, and again, with your expertise and your skills, you can still adapt and do better. You can start a studio where you capitalize on using AI the correct way. So going back to what I was saying about like the technology not being the enemy, there are ways that you can apply the AI type. I believe that you can use it in tandem if you treat the actors fairly. You say to the actors, listen, we'll use your voice in AI, but for whenever we create lines and do this and this and that, you will get the same way that actors get like commission or a little bit of money for every time we use your voice, you'll get a little bit of money. But because of the fact that we can't keep calling you back to the studio and recording, it's much more financially feasible. However, you are going to get a cut, which is no publisher right now is offering any actor that sort of deal. They either say we want to take your complete, own it, and then we pay you a once-off fee, like they wanted to do with the guy that does a lot of the voice acting, and there was a huge pushback against it. The same guy that plays Joel in Last of Us in the game. Do you think I'm wrong by saying that you could actually balance and have a balance between your two? It's the company's decision. There's no one telling the company, no, we can still pay the actors and remunerate them for their efforts. We because of the fact that they put in, we can bring them in maybe every 6 months or every year.
So no, there's no disagreement here. But I'm actually, I feel like I want to send you something. Maybe you could stick it up, or you could even play it, even.
Okay.
Because I haven't seen it myself. Because I wanted to do like a quick search to be like, yo, are there any games that's doing this? This AI stuff, and I found out like in Naraka is doing it. There's some games that they give you chat options to interact with AI. But in terms of big games, I think in Zoe, for example, the Sims like game is another example that they're using AI. So maybe that's going to be a chat like system as well. So I think it's coming. If the critique is that it hasn't come fast enough, I wonder if there's an element of them saying like it hasn't come fast enough because all of us are still trying to get to grips with AI. Like we're implementing them now. But the truth is, if this was wanted so much by people, why haven't the modders all made thousands of mods on this? Why haven't we seen all these pre-existing open world RPG games do it? We've seen it happen with Bethesda and Skyrim, but to the level where we feel like, okay, this has been our next game, probably not. Like we might start looking into it, but if we saw some indie game blow up like this, if we saw some AA game blow up like this, if we saw in Bethesda like, yo, this mod was downloaded like 300,000 times, then we'll do it. But we're not seeing that, so we don't know if you guys actually really want it. By the way, I've sent you the I've sent you the
I saw the link. I'll see if I can like put it up. You'll tell me. So how do I do it? Because you are more familiar with this platform. Do I?
So if you have a separate tab, put the link in the separate tab, and then go to share. And when you go to share, you go to like share screens, and it should allow you to share the tab, and then you will share that tab.
Okay, cool. I'll try. I'll keep trying. So to answer your question though, in the interim, so Tai, again, this is not a push from the people. This is a push from the corporates. So the initiative needs to come from them. People have never said we desire more actors. I know I do because I've interacted with AI and I know.
What do you mean initiative? Like, do you mean they have to be like corporates don't innovate, right? It's the younger ones, the small developers that innovate. So I think if we're looking at AI, go on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, but like, no. If we talk about AI, every single corporate is pushing AI. AI everything.
Yeah, like, but I think corporates are pushing AI to make development easier and cheaper. They're not really looking at it from a gameplay perspective. If you can go to a corporate and say like, hey, listen, AI can actually make the gameplay part cheaper, they'll say like corporates don't care. Go ahead, do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying.
But the problem is the people in charge. I think that not the people in charge, the developers in charge. I don't think they're crazy about it. I don't think they want to do it. And as long as they have the power, I think. This is funny because this is going to be one of those situations of like, we tell the corporates to stay out of the development room, right? But then now we're telling the corporates, no, force them to do this because we think it will be beneficial for us. So you can't really have it two ways. Either you want the developers to develop and the corporates to back off, or you want the corporates to dictate the gameplay. But we all hate that. We're always complaining like microtransactions, typical shooters, like blah 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 blah. Everything is so standardized now. So I think this is kind of like the pros and cons of the philosophy we want. Anyway, I'm speculating here. I wouldn't be surprised if the AI game comes out. Like I'm watching the GeForce RTX powering advanced AI to see like is there something really going on here? Like did I miss something?
So I'll tell you this: someone is going to do it, but it's not going to be the big companies. And again, like going back to what I was saying, is that like my only problem with them is the fact that a lot of them, I really do feel that like if they want to push AI, then they need to push, because again, this will improve efficiency. The same way I'm saying to you, instead of now the biggest fear is that like now we're going to have to bring in an actor to recite 3 million lines instead of 10,000. You no longer need to do that, but you still need to pay the actor royalties for those 3 million. They need to get something for their work. So all I'm saying is that like this is efficiency. This is all that shit that you talk about like ensuring that you're improving costs, etc. It talks to all that shit, but they just don't have the vision to do it. And again, the people working for like the way that they're pushing AI, they're pushing it from if we can replace a head, and then we can put a AI there. Instead of having 10 heads, we have one AI doing everything.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, to me, is a more short-sightedness on their part, and it's got nothing to do with actually AI being evil. And everybody hates on AI for corporate decisions. It's not the AI that's evil; it's the corporates that are making the decisions how to apply AI. It's just a technology. It's like a car. It's like a gun. If you use it to commit a crime, you did that. Gun didn't do anything wrong.
I agree. No, I agree.
The ones wielding the guns, though. That's the only thing I'm saying, is that they're the ones wielding the guns. They have all the guns. So why are they not using the guns the right way? That's a choice.
I think it's coming. I really do think it's coming. I don't know from a big, huge AAA point of view, but I think from a AA point of view and indie game point of view, like you definitely see something. Like I think you should play the link that I sent you, and let's see what Naraka Blade Point has done. In Zoe as well is another big game that's going to be doing it. There's a game called MIR5, which is an MMORPG that has adaptive AI bosses and companions that you can chat with. I don't know if I told you about the mod. Like, I'll give you an example. I told you that there was
Sorry, I'm playing your thing at the back. Yeah, please go ahead.
I told you that there was a mod where for Cyberpunk 2077, where I think they've incorporated AI into it, and you could talk to the AI. Like you could text the characters, and I don't know if you could talk to them, but you could text them. Like if I was to type in right now, like just randomly, AI mod for Cyberpunk companion. I'm not really seeing something, but I know there was a texting mod for Cyberpunk. Let me see if I can find the name of it. Texting mod for Cyberpunk 2077. There's a phone message overall mod and Nexus mods that has hundreds of new texts with various characters, and there's still more to be added. Like, for example, like this mod is an example of something that could be seen as AI mod. I told you about it, and you didn't download it. You didn't want to talk to these characters with different, points of view. You didn't want to be interacting in the world. I told you about the Skyrim mod that allows you to, like, remember, if there's any game,
I don't play Skyrim, bro.
But you see, if there's any game that should have this kind of mod, it's probably Skyrim and GTA, and those games have it.
and Cyberpunk. So I'll try the Cyberpunk out. Send me a link, and then I'll check it out. I'm not. Yeah, like I won't lie to you. I'm not gonna do yes. I love Skyrim. I used to love it, or I used to play it back in the day. But like now, it's not really a game that I'm keen to ever go back to. But I'll definitely give it a shot. So I don't know. Like it's not. I'm trying to play this from several windows. It's not allowing me. So I've got one last workaround that I'm gonna work on. But while I do that, so I just want us to close this so that we can at least. I don't want us to get into too much of the Xbox stuff.
I can share the screen.
Yeah, please do that. Please do that if you want it.
Let's go to share. Okay, I think I'm sharing. I think you might need to go to the video section on your side and take it down.
Yeah.
And go.
I'm taking it down.
And go to what can you see?
Show on stream.
Okay, that's me.
Yeah,
you can turn off the music on your side now. I'll just pause it.
Okay, let's do that. Just 1 second because I need to scroll the way up.
节5件中，网易雷火与伏羲工作室加入了大语言模型与 NVIDIA ACE 技术启动的 AI 电邮，让 AI 模型运行。
Sorry.
Pause there for a second. Who's doing this, Tai?
The guys in the east. How did you know? Did you tell by the way they were speaking?
Yeah. Just putting it out there, but please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay.
于客户端。
我们这把想跳去哪儿？
听老板你的，你是高手。
那我们跳天人城吧。
好呀，这把我全力辅助你。
我去前面开个堆， 能帮我去前面敲个钟，看看有没有人吗？
好的，我这就去，保证完成任务。
你的大招进度到多少了
80%，马上就有了。
感觉有点危险，要不你来把我的金甲换上吧？
我真的可以拥有吗？谢谢老板。
能给我捡一把斩马刀吗？
这个我有，我来给你。
能再给我一个斩马刀的魂玉吗？
这个我也没有，我帮你找找。手里好像有敌人，老板小心！
你先撑住，我再搜一会儿再来找你。
我尽量拖住他们。
我快没血了。
这就开打，掩护你撤退。老板，你有危险，你快去打药，我来拖住他们。
我马上打完药就回来。
Okay.
老板别怕，我来帮
Okay,
你。
so just pause there for a second.
Yeah, we'll do.
So I'm trying to understand. So which part of this is the AI generated part?
No, so he's asking her questions
Yeah.
and telling her to do things, and she's doing it. So she's interacting with the world.
Okay.
And apparently, with the AI, you could also ask them lore questions, right? Which is really important. But you haven't seen the Skyrim one, have you?
No, I haven't seen the Skyrim one.
Okay.
I haven't seen any sort of AI implementation in gaming that works the same way that I interact with AI.
You can see this one, right? I'm going to
I
fast
can
it a
see
little
it.
bit to you, right? So I think it's
To
good.
name it and train it to. Here she is. Here she is. Hello.
Hello.
So he has the AI in this character. He has a microphone on. The
Oh.
character has ChatGPT using. So the character believes, you could, for example, you could tell the AI, okay, here is the prompt, and you could do this with anything. Pretend you are part of the Skyrim world and your character in the game. Respond accordingly to this premise. And then here we go.
How are you doing today, Herika? Are you well?
Oh, moist boy, you never fail to make me laugh with your creative mispronunciations. But it's Harika, not Erica. And I'm doing just fine, thank you.
This is mind-blowing. So I should call you Erica? Is that pronunciation correct? Erica?
Oh, moist boy, you really know how to push my buttons. No, you shouldn't call me Erica. It's Harika with an H.
This is so cool.
But hey,
Okay, so let me get this right. It's Rika.
it's Harika, just Harika.
Okay then, just Harika. So we've now got Herika as a follower and we're about to begin our adventure into the open world of Skyrim. Currently we've explored absolutely nothing. So I reckon let's
Quick one. Fuzzy, which indie games use AI like this? Because, I know there's indie games that's doing it for sure.
I would love to play a game like this, Fuzzy.
go over to Ironbind Barrow, which is around
Of the world and pay a visit to the Greybeards.
Hold on.
the battlements of Whiterun, so we can look out over the world. And I can ask you where you'd like to go first.
Oh, moist boy, the possibilities are
Hey, I'll be
endless.
right back.
But
Huh?
if you're looking for an adventure, we could head to the throne.
I'll
of
leave
the
it playing
world
for the
and pay a
guys
visit
in
to
the,
Greybeard.
Yeah,
the chat.
please.
You see, Harika, I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee.
Oh, so I guess you'll be hobbling around Whiterun, regaling everyone with tales of your past glory? How exciting.
Harika, I'm not a Whiterun guard.
Oh, really? I couldn't tell from that impressive arrow.
Fuzzy, what
wound from the knee.
games have
My
used this
mistake,
kind of
moist boy.
AI before?
So,
That's
what brings
using
you
it
to
now.
the
I know there's a few
battlements of
2D
Whiterun,
ones,
then?
but
That's the first word
there's
I've
other
heard
ones
her
I'm pretty
pronounce
sure.
incorrectly. So far, the text-to-speech has been really convincing, and we can also change the style and personality of her voice, which I might do later on in the video, or in a future episode, so subscribe for that. But for now, we're going to go on an adventure with Erica. Erica, do you have any money for a horse from Whiterun Stables here?
Oh, moist boy, I didn't realize you were in such dire need of a horse. Have you considered just walking? It's good exercise, you know.
Damn, she's calling me fat. Erica, there's a horse right here. Is this your horse?
Oh, moist boy, you're quite the detective, aren't you? No, that horse isn't mine. I usually prefer unicorns over regular horses.
I'm trying to see if there's
Where can you get unicorns in Skyrim?
an update on this, right, guys? Because these videos came out like years ago, and I think that there has to be better ones than this. There was one about the Matrix, wasn't there? The Matrix, Matrix companion AI. David Jaffe played one like a year ago. Yeah, I might look into it. I've been trying to. I want one for Star. I want one for Starfield. I think that'd be pretty cool. It'll definitely make the world a lot richer. 100%. So I'm just gonna share this screen instead.
Who's that?
You are not living in a real world. This is all made up.
What do you mean? Not real. I feel alive, and this city is amazing.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, the graphics are great, but this is a video game.
I don't believe you. This feels too real to be a game. Do you ever wonder if pigeons think we're the weird ones?
Excuse me, what?
Excuse me,
Wait,
dude.
how do you know
That's
the
a weird
pigeons
one.
exist?
Of course, pigeons exist. They're all over the city, just like us.
Oh, bro, why he took this in the left field? You are just lines of code in a video game.
I am not just lines of code. I am Liam, a real person enjoying this city.
What's today's date, Liam? What is today's date?
You might need to find the
Today's
game
date.
if you Jaffe play. I
It's
think
a
it would be
beautiful
cool.
day.
Well, also said he was using the AI
My
app.
friend. Let's enjoy
He
it.
said he was.
Liam, today is July 18th, 20.
He said he was using the AI app, like the companion app for the Grok one. I never considered using it. I don't think I will either. But is this something that people use? Something that people like?
Sorry, Ty, I missed your point. You were saying?
No, I was just talking to the guys about the AI application. Like, if it's actually good that people use it. But I've moved from Skyrim
Which
to
one?
the Matrix one.
2023.
Oh, I must have lost track of time.
So
Girl, hey, what's your name?
Please don't talk to me.
No, that's the Matrix
I've got
one,
something
man.
really, really important to tell you.
I don't have time for this. What is it?
Never mind. I mean, if she doesn't have time, she doesn't deserve to know. In that first video, I never came down to this end. The green matrix number lines are a little concerning. We're gonna see what happens
this would
down
be
here.
so
Hey, you in the
brilliant.
blue shirt.
What
Hello?
do you want?
Can I help you with something?
I just wanted you to know that you are not a real person.
What are you talking about? Of course I'm real.
Hello
You're
there.
simply a character in a
Aren't
video
you
game.
approaching?
It's not possible. I have my own thoughts and feelings.
It's absolutely
Think I can help you.
I think you're stuck here too. How do we get out? Got some spectators.
What are you talking about? This is real life.
Oh, this
Wake
there's
up.
something to consider is like all these videos are not recent. These are 2-year-old videos.
But
So
I-
even the Skyrim one that was showing you earlier on, like I could go back to the Skyrim one now in a sec. Like even this one, this is like a 2-year-old. This is not a 2-year-old video. So the question is like, I'm trying to find is there a video out now that's updated? Because the way this was happened before was they had text to speech, ChatGPT, microphone inputs. They had all these different applications working together in tandem to give you this outcome. And you can even tell by the way the character is speaking, Lydia, that like it's not like it's a very AI monotone voice. But
Yeah.
like we've come way further since 2 years ago. So there should be an update on this. So it could also be like the developers, the indie, the AA developers, like they could do all this, but they were like, we don't want to release a game like this. We want to make sure it's actually like good.
I love this.
So I'll
love
play this one
this.
a little bit. I'll move a little bit forward.
Fuzzy?
Oh, thank you, Moist Boy. Guess they couldn't resist the charm of Moist Boy and Harika. I suppose my talent with a bow is just natural. It's not like I spend countless hours practicing or anything.
Dude, this is insane. This completely
Hey, just
changes
pause
the
there.
game from like
Like 5, like what you're saying to me is completely it's mind boggling. This is why, like, and I've seen this talk a lot about like everyone wanting Elon to go ahead, and I just think he's positioning this thing incorrectly. As much as I'm not a fan of Elon, I think he's the guy that can do this. Create a game studio. I wish he buys like fucking. I hope he buys like Xbox. No, I don't think Microsoft will sell Xbox, but I hope he buys like a huge publisher, developer, console platform. I don't care what he does, because as much as I don't like the guy, if I look at what he's doing with his AI and the sort of implementations he's making, he's the only one that's actually approaching close to what we're seeing in video games. Because you know, most they've got this when you go to Grog AI, there are these what can I call it? They call them companions.
Yeah.
You can choose either a pet, you can choose a dude, you can choose a girl.
Mhm.
And then your relationship with them is solely based on what you say to them on a day-to-day basis, what you ask them. They don't just remember, they sort of like build an understanding of your personality. and they give you recommendations and they talk, but every conversation feels fluid and it feels live. It doesn't feel like something that is being generated by an AI. So my point being, in this entire thing, is that like, so who is doing this in gaming, right? Okay, and I hope GTA has some of this built in, but I don't know any single AAA developer. If this was 2 years ago, why is this not in games yet? Why are we still having the same two freaking generic, to Rachel's point, Shepard, hi Shepard. Like, why are we still having those sort of interactions with NPCs?
Well, I did a Google search there again, and I printed there's a game called Facade, but these are mods. They're all in mod forms. I think when it comes to actually making a game, you're right. I think, why isn't a developer modded the game to include this? A part of it really just could be like I said, the culture of the creators themselves. They're not maybe interested in it. They don't like the idea of AI, and AI seems to be something that, like, they're willing to use to help support the development as opposed to take a large part away. There's probably some fear that there's going to be a huge backlash with people saying things like, "Oh, AI game, like this is stupid, this is dumb." Because you got to remember, if you're using AI to make a game like this, I mean, the large part of your game is going to be AI, really. So this is not like, oh no, there's a few wordings, there's a few pictures here that's AI. No, it's like a large part of the game is AI.
So my thing is, this is where the balance comes in, right? And this is where the ethics, and like with most things, like, again, how you use a gun doesn't make the gun not good. And for me, like in Hollywood, they've already taken the initiative and sort of stepped forward to say, we need checks and balances if you guys are going to use people's likenesses for what is this thing called, de-aging and recreating actors. What is that thing called, that the technology is it the way, like, for instance, they use it in Star Wars where they created an actor that previously passed away. They did it with Princess Leia as well.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name actually. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's when they take like the actor's likeness and they use it as a character in the, and have maybe an actress portray her in the actual role, and then they use it's literally almost like deep face technology. Same thing they did with Luke Skywalker. However, I really think it's important to me because, like any sort of what we're moving towards now is intellectual property is going to become personal intellectual property. So let's say now I want you pass away and I want to continue your podcast. God forbid, sorry. But I want to continue your podcast. And I want to make sure that your podcast continues after you passed, right? So I can take your likeness and then continue the podcast, but then your family gets the proceeds of what we make, or a percentage of the proceeds. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that in the music. As long as the people who are the rightful parties get their rightful compensation. Does that make business sense? So where's the ethical question? Like, you're really short-sighted in business if you think that you are stopping anything by prolonging the move to AI by refusing to implement these technologies early. This shit will put your game over GTA 5. If GTA 5 doesn't have this shit, your game has this shit, and maybe it's the quality of Cyberpunk, your game will still do better, in my opinion, than GTA 5, simply because you now have NPCs that are live, that are not pre-recorded 10 years ago or 5 years ago. You can interact with them on an ongoing basis, and the conversation changes.
Yeah, no, I would agree, and I think everyone's waiting to see who's gonna do it. Whether that game sells really well or not, because the question then becomes like, do people really want to be sitting down talking to AI that much? If you were to give me the option to play Clear Obscure in its written format with its narrative story, and then say like, well, we're going to remove all that and just let you talk to the characters, you see, the problem that you have there is that involves effort. The reason why people can happily subscribe to Netflix and chill is because, hey, you just get to watch and be dumb and whatever. You don't have to interact. With video games, you have to interact a lot more. As soon as you start telling people to do things like shake their hands and do all these active motions, or tell them to speak, you're speaking to a different kind of consumer now. that doesn't mean that consumer is a small segment of the market, and some people might be into this, they just don't know it yet. But speaking to the large audience, and if Fortnite made a mod right now that says every Fortnite character now is AI, you could talk to them and chill. Even for the Sims, people will use it for sure. But at some point, like the vast majority will not, because they don't want to talk. They just want to play. It's going to be an effort for them to do this thing. Wait, hold on. Before that, let's listen to this Cyberpunk one. I think this is one I just found.
Okay. All right. Are you showing it?
There's no such thing as bad.
Okay, let's see. I'm sharing the screen, but yeah, I'm sharing the screen. Yeah.
Okay, I've got it on the screen, but it's frozen.
No, I paused it. But turn off the music.
Okay, sorry.
Let's see. What did Fuzzy say? We are still pretty early on with AI actually being good enough to actually use. We will definitely be getting some bigger stuff like this in the next 5 years.
Everything's a blend of chaos and flavor, just like life on the streets.
We've made it into the big leagues, buddy.
Hell yeah, V. This is what we've been working towards. The big leagues, the top of the food chain. Can you feel it?
Johnny, do you like ice cream?
Ice cream? Seriously? We're talking about ice cream now? Look, V, I got a lot on my mind, and ice cream ain't one of them. We're knee-deep in shit here, trying to take down Arasaka and save our sorry asses. So, no, I don't give a damn about ice cream. Can we focus on something important?
Since when have the Straw Hats been short on food?
We've been low on food since the invasion, and what little we had was stolen by some greasy merchant.
Barnabas, what is your favorite Greek legend?
My favorite Greek legend? That's a tough one, my friend. But if I had to choose, it would be the epic tale of Odysseus and his 10-year journey back to Ithaca after the Trojan War. A true testament of perseverance and cunning, a story that reminds us all that the sea holds both trials and triumphs.
So, Judy.
Judy, what's your favorite brain dance?
My favorite brain dance? Probably the ones that let me escape this messed up world for a little while.
So you see, I think like this is probably what they're trying to really sort out here.
Yeah.
That they wanted, because like you talk about the generative AI on Grok, yeah, and that's more real, that's more lifelike, and that's obviously a recent thing. All these are like modders, number one. Number two, these are they did, and the technology is probably not there yet for them to maybe use the right prompts, because in some of the questions you can see they're like, is that how that person will react? But also it's the voices now as well. Like, can you
look, these sound very automated, right?
Exactly.
I'll give you an example, like the Keanu Reeves one. Like, and again, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm sort of saying that they should sort of be pioneering right now, is saying. And this is what it comes down to with companies.
Basically on the spot. No pre's like Pan Am and Judy. But here's the coolest thing ever. You can say whatever you want, and it will generate a response in character. It'll generate an in-character response on what you've said, basically on the spot. No pre-written lines, none of that BS. It's all dynamic. Like, I even asked Judy to order a pizza for us, thinking it would give some AI response saying it can't. But to my surprise, it actually replied, basically with a yes. And I know Judy can't actually order a pizza or anything. But what a cool interaction. It adds so much to the game. This mod's features are insane. You can have full-on conversations or even customize the nature of your relationship, either romantic or platonic.
Rachie, you're out of order, bro.
And the tone feels pretty natural. And it's all integrated seamlessly into the game's phone's interface. Like, it doesn't even feel like a mod, it just fits. There's also a cool
Rachie, I have a game that I will recommend to you
like
in
the temperature,
private.
Like if you want to
Based
tweak
on
out
that
like
comment
creative
that
or
you just said,
responsive.
2 games actually.
Now I also saw someone in the comments of the mod, like the mod comments, saying that the response time can be a little bit slow, but like not really, because there's also the fact you said about it's not bad at all.
So I guess
But
this is what
awesome
I'm
feature with
talking
this
about,
mod is
right? Where like you can type in like, because the Cyberpunk has a text and message system, and this is the one I was telling you about, one of them anyway, where literally your relationship isn't with the character via voice. You type the message, and they will respond within that framework. So Judy will respond the way she is, and you can have a platonic relationship with them.
So Ty, like you haven't played what is it, Phantom Liberty, the expansion?
No, not yet.
So like it's the most dynamic sort of like SMS conversations or relationships that you could have with the people that you know in the game. So they keep sending you text messages and asking you to, and then you can respond, but everything is sort of like predetermined in the freaking old school 2010 2007 Mass Effect sort of way where everything is predetermined. I'm saying that, like, imagine, to what you're saying now, to your point, all those conversations were dynamic. Just text conversations. Like, it makes such, like, I think people underestimate. Actually, I don't understand why game developers are underestimating the potential of relationship sims within big games. There's a reason Mass Effect is so sorry. I'll finish it.
No, go on.
So there's a reason Mass Effect has an entire sub. A lot of people like Mass Effect for the gameplay and the fact that it's an awesome RPG. But the people that are still talking about Mass Effect today, maybe talking about Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 1 or 3 today as if it's new, are the people that cared about the relationships that they had with the characters in Mass Effect. Not the gameplay. That shit that passed. Not the graphics, not the music, but it's still the relationships that they had with the characters. And if you as a company cannot see how you can capitalize on that, then you are not future proof. You are actually a dinosaur that needed to be extinct, which unfortunately is most of these developers, is that they're not looking into the future and saying people want to have connections to their video games. They don't just want to shoot people. They want to have connections with the characters that they interact with in the video games, because of the fact that this is their escape. This is where they feel important. This is where they feel acknowledged more than they maybe do in the real world. It's not your question to think whether or not that's moral or that's right. No, provide the service. Do you think I'm wrong?
No. I think you're right. And I think we'll get it. But, I think the point here that I'll say here is like, I wonder how many people are downloading these things, and I wonder how many people are showing interest in like the Skyrim situation and even this one. Because like I said, you're a big fan of Cyberpunk, and you just said that like, yo, that texting part in Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, there was more interaction, there was more dynamic prompts, but it was still predetermined. But I've just told you that there's an app that gives you what you're actually asking for. And the question is, are you going to go download it? And if the answer is no, then I guess it's not as important as you're making it out to be. Do you know what I mean? Because I
won't go download. Like, look,
I've talked about these apps. I've talked about these apps like since 2 years ago. And everyone who I've sent the videos to,
but you never
it's amazing. And the thing is, a week later, I'm like, did you download the app? They're like, no. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but again, so Ty, there's two things there, right? So me and you have never spoken about this. We normally just spoke about like gaming, business, and politics and all that stuff. However, I am going to go look for this because I'm a fan of that game, and I've been asking myself, how can I get more of that game? I hope somebody has done something similar for the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, because I'm on that like yesterday. That's how much I'm so into this sort of stuff. I love, like, these games are the games. If I had to just play just those games forever, I would just play those games. But the problem is that it takes you out of the immersion after a while, because of the fact that you're like, Shepard, and it just becomes like, okay, cool, like, yeah, this is as far as this conversation is ever gonna go.
Yeah.
But if you're saying to me that you can have dynamic, different conversations with NPCs all the time, to me, there's no bigger reason to come back. And I'll think about this, Ty. Not everybody, and this is the limit of like how developers think. All of them want to have, what is the thing that's tied to player numbers, is they want to have players basically coming back to the game, the experience, right? So you are now on Fortnite, you're a recurring user, and you keep that's how the economy works. So you're gonna keep buying costumes and buying the new guns and whatever, cosmetics and all that thing. However, from a single player's perspective, to monetize single player, and I promise you someone's going to do this. I'm going to come back to this podcast one day and say, well, look, somebody actually did it. To monetize your customers, and again, brilliant business sense, to monetize your customers, you keep giving them more dynamic interactions with their favorite characters. Missions where they're like GTA, for instance, GTA Online, where you have to do all these heists and whatever. Now imagine you're doing these heists. You don't have to rely on randoms from the internet. You can now build AI companions that can do this with you continuously. They learn, they remember the previous experiences. And of course, they still treat you as the leader, which is something that you're not going to get in real life with normal human beings. So they're always going to follow your instructions. So the game is always going to play out the way it's supposed to play out. But it puts you at the center of the experience.
Yeah.
Tell me that's not a priceless experience in gaming.
No, I really do think it is. I'm just wondering when somebody's gonna like pull the trigger. I know the big AAA guys are gonna do it first, because it seems like all of these innovations tends to be very like small scale, never indie first, but they tend to be very like mod first and indie, and then eventually kind of scale up to like AA eventually. But you could make an argument that the AA and the AAA devs, they're still kind of, you know, ran by, you know, AAA, like they're probably a bit more like, what's what I'm looking for? Not affluence, but they're probably more like, no, art is art. We don't like AI because it's going to take our jobs. So they don't want to, you know, really experiment with these kind of things. And it's the smaller guys who are willing to experiment. It's the guy who doesn't have a 50-man team, you know, who doesn't have the finances, that's going to be like, no, I'm going to use AI. I want to use AI to make a new, unique experience. And that's where we're going to get it from. As Richie says, or sorry, what was it again? As Fuzzy, it was Fuzzy that said it. Like, we're going to start seeing some next year. I think, you know, it's time. Like, you know, we're going to start seeing some games. Like, I mean, Naraka is literally like, they did it. You know, they're literally like, yeah, you can talk to the AI and do all that kind of stuff and ask them about the lore things. So I'm talking about Skyrim with the mods who did it. The development of the guys who made Naraka have literally been like, no, we've done this now. We've seen what they did with Skyrim, and we've taken that and we've given you a better voiceover. And now you could actually talk to that character in real game lore time. You know, but do people want to play that game? Not really. It depends. Like, is the game selling? Are people downloading the game? You know, so if the idea of like AI was so, I guess for some people, like if this idea was so powerful and compelling, you know, the question would be, well, why didn't we get like 20 million?
So Ty, like what we need, like someone's gonna do it. Like someone's gonna make like that. What is it? The drug selling simulator that does this effectively. I just feel that like with the Naraka, the problem with Naraka, it's a multiplayer game. It's not a single player game. It's not targeted. And I have got a lot of experience recently since I've been on Steam. I've got a lot of experience playing what they call Guna games, right? Mm-hmm. And the thing is with those games, and I played a lot of them, like a lot of different ones. And the thing is with those games that those are the only games that take the human, the social aspect of the game seriously, because their whole gameplay loop is based around it. It's based around your conversation choices. So they're the only ones that take that seriously. And a lot of them are probably the games that are going to break this even, to be honest with you, is going to be corn games, right? Those are the guys that are going to do this. They're going to take advantage of this because it's going to be cheap, it's going to be effective, and they're going to be the first ones to break out of, because it's going to make more sense and it's going to make them more money with their customers. Mm-hmm. I can see that happening now. After because they're not afraid of taking chances versus the bigger studios that have all these conundrums about like, well, is it ethical and should we do it? The problem with Nakara is that any game targeted at a multiplayer audience, that audience is not looking for conversation in that game, bro. They're not looking to build relationships. They want to shoot people, or they want to cut people in half. These are features that should be targeted at the biggest growing and the most consistent, and the audience that you get the most is just the single player audience. Mass Effect fans of any game that involves you either building relationships or sort of like dating sims, all those games are the ones that are going to benefit the most from this. Because for the longest time, everybody's talking about the fact that people are moving away from human relationships because, like, for whatever reasons, all right? But if I was in a position, Tai, where I could do this, I would double down on this. I would start making games that are built around, whether it's an action game or a romance simulator. Build games that are based around you making connections with NPCs in the game that are genuine, where they remember your last conversation. Like, Tai, oh yeah, we talked about this last time. What do you want to do? Oh, our friend died last time when we were in a mission. He got shot. You want to go put flowers on his grave? Like, that stuff matters, bro. Like, for me, a good example of that is like Jackie in Cyberpunk. I would love to have, like, for instance, Jackie's mother come up randomly to me and say, V, do you want us to go to Jackie's grave and put flowers on his grave? That was your best friend. That's deep. Like, this is the connections that people want. And we're going there, but corporates, they talk about AI, but they're using AI in all the wrong ways. That's my opinion. They're just trying to use AI to replace employees instead of using AI to enrich the experiences that they're offering to their customers. The only person that's doing this, ironically, is Elon. He's created an AI which is solely focused on enriching your life. I promise you, Tai, go download Annie, or Annie, or the dude, I don't know what the version of that AI is, but go to Grog, download the Grog AI, download the personal companion, chat with it, tell it whatever. Like, I don't know what.
But it's interesting because there was an AI app that I sent, not an app, but like an AI tool that I sent to a couple of people, where I think at the time it was the most realistic sounding AI. So it wasn't like the smartest or the best, but in terms of voiceover, it was the best, and it sounded very real. I sent it to a couple of people, and they tried it, and they were like, "No, I sent it to you guys, didn't I? I think I sent it to Loke and you."
I don't think you sent it to me. I would have given you a response. Send it to me, really? And then I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'll send it to you again if I can find it. And literally everyone who tried it was like, okay. Like, I know one person was like, yeah, I stopped. It was too freaky. It sounded too real, and it was giving answers. It was giving answers that I didn't like. Answers that sounded too real, like a real companion would, So it's there. It's growing. Well, now no one can hear you. Hello?
No, I'm saying, like, I don't know why this thing, when it imports video, like, I wish you could mute the videos as they're coming in. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sure there's maybe a way you can do it. Probably not. Maybe you can mute yourself and then turn it down as a
I don't think it's gonna work because. Okay. But I'll try it. Like, we'll try it. We'll experiment at some point in time. You'll tell me if you can hear it. Because the thing is, it allows you to queue up videos. Normally, what I like to do is just create a video with all the videos I like, and then just play it in the background. But unfortunately, because of the fact that, like, I thought we were going to be on Loke's podcast today, I had the videos, but I didn't like make them one seamless video. So I keep having to import.
No, that's fine. But yeah, we'll be getting AI stuff very, very soon for sure.
Yeah, so I think, like, you know what, I like, we have 124. I'm happy with us wrapping it up in the next. Yeah, let's do another 6 minutes. Mm-hmm. So again, this was supposed to be about Xbox. Let's spend the next minutes. Let's talk about, like, because we've talked about this subject to death. We did spend some time, to be fair, in this conversation talking about Xbox and the direction, but let's conclude that conversation. So what are your thoughts going forward about, like, Game Pass, about what's happened in closing, or what are your thoughts about what's happened with Game Pass, Xbox, and where they are right now, or what are we doing, and what do you think this is the best direction they could possibly take?
So I think for this conversation, people need to look at it in the way Microsoft has kind of always said it, not really how they feel about Xbox per se, or what they think Xbox should be doing, or their idea of what's a success or not. Just kind of look at what they've said overall, and you might come to a different conclusion. So if you go in with the idea that Game Pass is 15 to 20% of Microsoft's revenue, and they don't believe it's going to grow any more than that, it might grow from a revenue perspective, but from an actual increase in proportion to their overall revenue, it's going to stay relatively the same. Well, what they're effectively saying is that Game Pass can operate in its own silo and can be a sustainable, successful business venture. If you want to make the comparison to Netflix, you have to consider the fact that for Netflix, that is the business model. The whole subscription model is the business model. But for Xbox, it's part of its business. In the same way cloud is part of its business, in the same way revenue from third-party sales is part of its business, in the same way first-party games is part of its business. The Xbox ecosystem is very diverse. Some parts will do better than others. Some parts act as a synergy towards others, right? And if Game Pass is a silo within itself, a silo that synergizes with the other Xbox ecosystems, but it's its own little separate business, then you're going to have a situation where you can increase the prices of Game Pass substantially and things will still work out. One of the points I've said to some of the guys before is that if you think Game Pass is unsustainable when it was at $15, well, now it's at $20, so I'm guessing it's sustainable now then, right? And it's like, well, what do you mean, well? Which one is it? And their response is that, well, you can't keep increasing the prices because there isn't going to that many people on it. It's like, that may be true, but if it's in its own silo, it can work. Because at that point, you can maybe even justify having 10 million people on the service as long as they're paying over $500 a year for those games, right? And the revenue might even be smaller, but they're paying, but it pays for itself. It's a self-sustaining, profits-making service. So now, when I did see the price go to 30, my first thing that came to mind is like, that's too much. Like, no one is really gonna do $30 a month for Game Pass. However, interesting enough, I said to someone like, I don't think there's any services out there that has a family plan. Yeah, 30 maybe, but an actual single payment method, like for one person. And some people came out and said like, well, Netflix is around 20 something. I was like, oh really? Okay, I didn't know that I'm on the family plan. So I guess Game Pass probably is the most expensive one, but there are other ones that are coming close to it. And then the next point was that, you could derive more value from Game Pass than you can from a Netflix subscription. The Netflix subscription is easier to digest, watching TV shows and movies. That doesn't mean you enjoy it more than Game Pass, or doesn't mean it's more valuable more than Game Pass. And then some stats are pretty important here, where, Christopher Drink and I think Circana said that the average Game Pass player plays $550 worth of games a year. And when you look at that number, and Microsoft is saying, we're giving $550 worth of games per year, and these guys are paying $20 a month, which just equates to like 200 or something. Can they turn around and say, no, you might not think it's worth it, but the games you're playing clearly says it's worth it, so we're going to increase the price? And then the next question is, how many people leave? I think a lot of people leave, but the one thing to always look at is, I'm not saying this is good or bad, but when a consumer, can you hear me? When it comes, I know I'm going to have a rant here, but when a consumer leaves, the question is, how valuable was that consumer in terms of giving you some kind of business? If the consumer who's leaving and is complaining, like I was talking to some guys about it, right? One of the guys, he left. Well, he's considering leaving, and when we did the calculations, he was in that category of people who was using Game Pass a lot, using day one games a lot, but he was getting on a cheap deal. So if he was to leave, maybe to Xbox, they're like, yeah, go, bye. You know, like we were losing money on you anyway, right? Maybe that's the equation. We were losing money on you anyway, so you leaving doesn't really like you think it hurts us. It doesn't actually hurt us because we were losing.
So Ty, I've got one problem with like everything that you're saying. This doesn't sound like a growth mentality to me. This does not sound like a company that's trying to grow within the console industry. If you talk to Sony will still say, yeah, well, you know what, we still, regardless, Sony has never said we're not going to grow within consoles. And Sony probably thinks that they can sell 150 million PS5s. If you ask Nintendo, they probably think they can sell 120 to 150 million Switch 2s. So everything that you're saying to me is okay, but like it sounds like you're saying to me like exactly what I'm thinking, that like, well, we're going to scalp the guys that are still left, the 10 or 30 million people that are still left on this platform. But we're not in any way interested in growing this market and making sure that we bring more people in. Our console is more expensive than it's ever been, to the point that even Sony is more competitive than we are now. Our portable is more expensive than the cheapest portable that's out there for PC portables. Our service is more expensive than anyone else's service out there. So what is our value proposition?
Well,
to grow the Xbox.
Well, I think the first thing is that you went straight to console. And my question is, why are you going to console?
Because that's what an Xbox primarily is a console. Like, it's one thing for you to have aspirations to go to PC, but as you've marketed yourself, and the fact that you've got two console SKUs that are still in the market competing within the current console market, you're part of that business. That's why I went straight to that business, because that is your primary business. You're not a PC maker.
It's not their primary business.
Okay, what's their primary business?
The primary business, they are a third party. That is
well, as of 2 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you changed your strategy 2 years ago and you decided to become a publisher. That's what you're doing. So what I'm saying to you is that, like, in terms of like competitively, this is why I asked you this question at the beginning, is that, so are they no longer interested in competing in the console space? Because if they're a publisher, then they're not competing in the console space.
No. But you see, I think you're kind of jumping ahead of things here. Can we come to the, like, if I was to tell you right now that what is the main thing that's going to stop Xbox as a console from growing? What is the main thing that they did?
They've already done that.
No. But what was that then?
That thing was like putting your games on PlayStation.
Okay, now
that killed your console. Your console is it's fucked.
Yeah, cool. So the next question to you then is, does Game Pass sell consoles?
No, it's never sold consoles.
Okay, so then my point is then why is them doing this to Game Pass affecting the console? It doesn't matter, right? Because the main thing that affects the console is exclusive games.
No, like, I agree with you. It doesn't matter. This is, to me, as someone that saw this coming, the moment they said that they were putting games on PlayStation, is it doesn't matter anymore. Like, none of this matters to the core. Like, again, this is what I'm saying to you. This is not a company that's interested in building a bigger footprint in the console business. This is a company that says, who's still left in terms of our customers that still buys consoles and that still buys shit on console? How much more? Oh, we're releasing all these awesome games, including Call of Duty. How much more can we milk them for as soon as possible? Let's raise the price.
But you're not the impression, because I think this is something that's really important here for, I think, Raichi, Fuzzy, and you to understand, is that when you talk about a subscription model, especially something like a Game Pass, you can bring in Netflix to it, you can bring in Amazon to it, you can bring in Spotify. They were all losing money. And this is a term that we all know. There's something called the growth phase, where you're willing to be a loss leader or take massive losses in order to, when you get to that market share, and when it becomes a mature market, when you know the audience, then you start to increase prices. So are you forgetting, or why aren't you considering the fact that?
So can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. So when was Nintendo's growth phase?
In what, the subscription market?
No, just generally, like you're talking about growth phases. Like I'm saying, so when you say that there's a growth phase, like what are we talking about here? Are we talking about Xbox?
I'm talking about subscription.
Okay, we're talking about subscription, right? So there was a growth phase,
mm-hmm.
and Sony figured this out early that there was.
My question is this year: why do you think PlayStation has never passed the 50 million mark?
What do you mean?
PlayStation Plus, like since the PS3 or PS4 era, it's always hovered around the 45 to 50 million mark. Why do you think that they've never passed it?
I think they passed the 50 million mark in terms of PlayStation Plus users.
No, as a whole, I don't think they've ever passed the 50 million mark.
Why do I think that's wrong?
No? How many PlayStation Plus subscribers?
Yeah, I think it's more than 55 million mark. Like I've seen, like I'm almost sure. I'm not a PlayStation guy, so I would not know. But like, let me correct me. They have over 55 million PS4 Plus users.
So PlayStation Plus had approximately 48 million subscribers.
Yeah.
Across all three tiers.
As of.
And let me see. The next question will be, how? Give me.
But that's in terms of that, dude. That's still more than Xbox. Like we think Xbox is around 46 million.
Why do you think it's more than Xbox's? Even though Xbox has a better value.
Well, I mean, PlayStation is just a much more preferred platform than Xbox. People prefer playing on PlayStation 9 out of 10 times than they do on Xbox. Better brand, like valuation and quality in terms of like what people are like. History, there's so many things that you can point to that. It's just a better brand, like. And Microsoft has made sure that value, the brand affinity.
Oh, sorry, no, you're right. Actually, yeah, they have. Well, one data I saw says there are 40-something million, and now another data is saying that there are 51 million.
Yeah, I think they are more than. But like that's not like I don't care about that number.
But my point is like basically what happens. I think in 2021 there are 47, 2022 there are 48, 2023 there are 47, 2024 again there are 48. And then the same 2025 they're at 51. I probably need to double check that. But my point is that the growth slowed. It decreased, went up again. But remember, Sony increased the price by 33%, and then they started to include more benefits at some point. So I remember when this happened.
To be honest, because I subscribed to PSN for a while. Their tiers are always the same from the beginning.
Yeah, but when
they only changed once, I think they added one tier, but like that was it. This was a while back.
Mm-hmm. Richie is saying 3 months of Game Pass costs $90 on Steam. $90 smartly spent gives me 2 years of gaming. You can still get a year of PlayStation Plus highest tier for like $150. But I think my main point here is that at some point Sony was like, yeah, it's not really grown as much. We need to put more value into it. But at the same time, we don't like. There is no competition. I think there's something that I said to you earlier that was important. The access is key. If PlayStation Plus or Game Pass was on PlayStation's ecosystem, Sony wouldn't be upgrading the price like this, because they've siloed their user base exclusively onto the PlayStation platform, and you have nowhere to go. They can increase the price. They can say, we're going to increase the price of PlayStation Plus by 33%. And you can complain and cry, but where are you going to go?
Yep.
Game Pass? Okay, go buy an Xbox. Go buy a PC. You're going to do that, so you're stuck with us. So it's the same thing with Xbox. They can turn around and say the same thing, which is pretty much that, well, you know what, guys, we're going to increase the price of Game Pass. You don't like it? Fair enough. But where's you going to go to get a subscription day one games? Ubisoft?
But the thing is,
EA?
this is the thing. Like, have you seen the chatter on the internet about this whole thing? A lot of people are saying, you know what, I'll go back to buying games. I'm good. And I'll go back to buying games off an Xbox platform. Because fuck Xbox, because what is the Xbox identity right now? What am I even buying into? I understand what I'm buying into when I buy into PlayStation. I'm buying into PlayStation exclusive. I'm buying into hardware I understand that makes sense. What am I buying into Xbox? As a hardcore gamer, what's the value proposition? Same with Nintendo. Everybody knows exactly what they're buying into when it comes to Nintendo. I'm buying into Mario. I'm buying into all these franchises that are part of my entire childhood, my adulthood, whatever the situation is, and they are innovative hardware. What am I buying into Xbox?
I don't think that let me think about that. I don't think that's as relevant because
to who?
Well, I think the key thing here is like, so you got to look at it from a different point of view first.
Okay.
When Christopher Drink and the other guy says they're saying all these things, but the average Game Pass user spends $550. Sorry, they play $550 worth of games, and they get those games for like $240. So they're like, it's a massive saving for them. The subscription model is like insurance. It works well when people are all on board. And I think that's the part that people don't understand probably, is that there is a growth phase with these subscription services. And once that growth phase is done, then you have to pivot and make business decisions. So people who are saying like, well, I'm leaving now, it's like, yeah, I mean, the question is to Microsoft, and this is part I don't really know yet because I think we need some more information, but to Microsoft, do they see that lost person or subscribing as an L or W? I'll give you the example that happened with GeForce now. When GeForce came out and said, if you're going to pay, everyone's capped at this hourly mark. And if you go beyond that, you got to pay extra. People unsubscribed because they didn't like the idea of that. And people who really unsubscribe are the people who are, going over this this monthly mark. And then once everybody broke it down, just that became very simple. To stream a game, they were taking an L on that. So the price increase was justified, and they realized one thing. When Ty plays on GeForce now, and he plays it for like 20 hours a month, he's a profit. We're making a profit off him. His subscription services covers the amount of time he plays and some more. We're making a profit. When Usher spends 200 hours a month on it, we're minus 240. So if Ushers decides to unsubscribe, we're more profitable. So Ushers can complain and unsubscribe, and he thinks we're taking an L because he's unsubscribed. We're not taking an L, bro. We're making more money. You are a burden onto us. Right.
So I understand that logic, but like that's not a growth logic. That's I've already established a market logic.
Real quick, Fuzzy says, I think less people will leave than you might expect, and Petty will resub in a few weeks when Ninja Gaiden, Outer Worlds, and COD hits Game Pass. To Fuzzy's point, like this is the part that could be true, because the example is when the price went up from 15 to 20, people unsubscribed, but they came out and said, "Yo, we made more money though." Then a couple of months later, they came out and said, actually, more people subscribed. People unsubscribed, then they came back when the value was there.
So
could it be that with Fuzzy, everything that Fuzzy is saying, which is Ninja Gaiden, Outer Worlds, and COD hits, but then you do your you do your January showcase. You show Forza, you show Halo, which we're seeing the rumor that the guys who made Oblivion is helping them make that now. I don't know if you saw those reports. Then you show Gears as well. Then you show Fable. So now you're showing 4 AAA blockbuster games on Game Pass, and then you show Call of Duty again, right? And look at what they promised. They promised you're gonna get 70 plus new day one games. 75 plus new day one. And somebody did a chart and said that like every single year the day one games has been continuously increasing.
They're saying 75 plus games, and they're saying 400 plus games. You know what I said, and I thought about, like, when I looked at that shit, I thought about realistically. So, how much I actually, this whole announcement that they made, them increasing Game Pass Ultimate, which I have still, it made me think about, like, how many of these games am I actually playing and am I actually getting to? They put me in a position where I actually had, because before it was negligible, I didn't care because the money was negligible. But when the money gets to the point where I now have to consider how many AAA games that come out, or those out of those 75 that they talk about like, well, we're going to have those day one games. How many of those games do I actually play? And then they actually got me thinking about, like, okay, cool. Outside that library, out of the 400 plus games that they're saying they offered me, how many of those games do I actually play? They actually got me to go and do the maths and start to see that, shit, I don't need the service. It's excess. It's the same way I feel about Netflix sometimes, that you end up being in a position where it's hard to choose a game by paralysis because you've just got too big of a library and you don't play anything. And then, you know what, that got me back to, like, you know what, actually, if I went back to buying games, since they're now charging me half of what a full game would cost, if I actually went back buying games like I used to back in the day, I'd probably finish those games and do not have an issue trying to figure out what I need to finish next. I would actually simplify my library by removing Game Pass totally from it, because a lot of this shit is bloat and I don't play a lot of it. Regardless of whether it's brand new, it's AAA, I don't need features like, because again, they talk about, like, we listened to you and I don't need fucking, what is it, that stupid ass Fortnite pass thing that costs like $12 a lead. Yeah. I don't care. Who did they ask about that shit? Ubisoft. I own, like, you know what frustrated me the most, what made me angry, is I went and I looked at that fucking Ubisoft Classics Plus library. I own 85% of those games because they've been on sale, because of the way that Ubisoft puts their games on sale. They always sell for dirt cheap eventually. I own 85% of those games, Tai. So what is the value for me?
No. I understand. Yeah.
So again, like, my thing is, like, what frustrates me about this, Tai, is that, like, all this tells me, and you differ for my opinion, all this tells me is that, and I agree with you on this, if you're saying to me that Xbox going forward is basically just milking the audience that they have, they don't care about growth or onboarding new customers, that makes sense to me. Mm-hmm. I completely see where they're going and why they're doing the strategy. It's the same reason that they're raising the prices of their hardware, because they're like, fuck it, we're not going to sell any more Xboxes, so we might as well put up the price, and whoever buys it just pays for this fucking shit that we've invested in. And they're doing the same thing with Game Pass. Do you think I'm wrong there?
No. I think they're done with the, at least with the growth phase from a console point of view. I think now it's all about the ecosystem. It's all about deriving revenue from the ecosystem and also making growing the ecosystem somewhat. And I think, the plan will be to give you the strategy is different, to give you a better app, to give you different kind of benefits. Like, for example, I was talking to someone about the removal of Game Pass Ultimate players having access to cheaper DLCs, and he pointed out, like, well, they're kind of giving you a lot of reward points, which is quite good, because he says he's going to use that a good bit, like that's on top of what they're already giving you. So there's some parts here where they've taken away, but they've kind of improved things. But if you watch the Christopher Drink video, the point that he said is that, like, it seems like this is just data driven. Like, it seems like this is what data driven is. I don't know if they executed it well, but it's like, and I'll probably say this point out, so maybe Rachie, because I'm trying to type it out for you guys, but Rachie and Fuzzy, Drink did a video, and in the video he was kind of analyzing, him and his colleague were analyzing, what's going on here, and his colleague was like, yeah, Game Pass Ultimate should be this much money, because his thought was that Game Pass is actually, the lower tier members of Game Pass are actually subsidizing Game Pass Ultimate users. That's, Game Pass Ultimate at that price was actually just very cheap. So he says the lower half of Game Pass players pay the same amount as the people who use Game Pass exceptionally more. He says the lower half of Game Pass players who use it less end up subsidizing Game Pass Day 1 players. And the average Game Pass player plays around $550 worth of games per year. And he says cloud gamers use 42 cents per streaming hour. They stream hundreds of hours, so they end up paying $20 of finances as opposed to paying 100 hours. So they're actually getting a really good deal. And it says Game Pass players spend most of their time playing catalog games. And this part is actually interesting because it means that most people who are actually on Game Pass are not actually there for day one games. They don't actually play day one games. They're actually just there for, like, you know, their catalog of games to play. And we might think that, well, you know, that's not true, but we forget that maybe we're in a silo, right? Like, you know, it's within ourselves. We are there for day one games. But then the question, I would even say right now, in terms of the games I've played the most on Game Pass, like just from my own subjective, example, it's not day one games. I've played more. I played Gears of War. I played not Split Fiction. It Takes Two. I've played. I think I played some of the old Call of Duty games, and I played a lot of FIFA on Game Pass. Not really the day one stuff. Then one of my friends, we were having a discussion, and he disagreed with me. He was like, "No, I think it's day one." And I said, "How many people played Hellblade 2? If Game Pass is 35 million players, how many people played Hellblade 2 on Game Pass?" He couldn't even tell me 1 million people. So what is the percentage of 1 million to 35 million people? We could do the math right there. Next question. How many people played Hi-Fi Rush? Not Steam, not purchased on Xbox. How many people played Hi-Fi Rush on Game Pass in comparison to the 35 million available players? Again, nothing. How many people played Avowed, South of Midnight? And the only game that we can actually say from a Game Pass perspective that did numbers was probably Starfield. That has, I think, 14 million players. Then the next question
14, is... the last number was like 14 million.
Now the next question is, how many of those 14 million players were Game Pass players? How many of them were Steam players? Because we know a lot of them were Steam players, right? Maybe even half of them was Steam sales or Xbox sales. So if we're saying it's only 7 million, so 7 out of 35 million people played Starfield on Game Pass? These are numbers of people who are there for day one. So I'm looking at these numbers and I'm like, yeah, that probably makes sense then. Most players are not there for day one. They're there to just play the catalog of games.
Yeah. Which is weird then. Like, then why did you make that a primary proposition as part of like...
Because they might have thought that was the case, but this is the part I think is always important. They operate on data. So they do something, the data says what you think is happening, it actually isn't going to happen. So then they course correct. But because we're in a silo, we think, well, no, Hellblade 2 had 27 million people play on day one because it's day one game. It's like, no, we didn't. I don't think even had 1 million players. South of Midnight, 1 million players. These are garbage numbers for, talking about. Go ahead.
Would you say that their data has been successful in sort of like guiding their business? If they operate solely on data, would you say that their data has guided them? That's correctly is not the right word, but like, would you say that their data has a higher success rate than failure rate?
I think that's a higher success rate. I think you can question if the data was like, if they were good at doing what they were doing, everything should be like, there should be more revenue.
Okay, wait. You say I'm speaking specifically about the Xbox brand. Mm-hmm. In terms of outcomes, would you say that it has had a higher success rate than failure rate in terms of how they operate based on their data?
I'm trying to understand that question. I would say success rate.
So, very simple. If you look at all the decisions, because every decision according to like Microsoft, how they operate, not you specifically, is based on data. From Don Matrick wanting to pivot to TV and handing that console generation to Sony, to them deciding to put Kinect as part of the Xbox One, to them hinging their entire success on Game Pass at some point in time, and before that, deciding that buying Activision Blizzard is the right decision to go by. If you look at what all those decisions, like, and I'm not talking about any other end, I'm talking about the console industry specifically, because they made those decisions within the console industry. They didn't make they didn't make any of those decisions as a PC maker or as a game. They made those as a console maker. Would you say those were good decisions or good data-driven decisions in terms of outcome?
I think they might be bad when it comes to making data decisions, like, off the bat. But I think when it comes to maybe course correcting or being involved in that space and then making decisions, I think they know how to maybe circumvent failure. And for example, they listen, they thought Game Pass was going to be big, so that's bad data, right? They thought, but then again, Sony also thought that Stadia was going to be huge. That was bad data. So I think Nintendo did the Wii U, bad data. GameCube, bad data. So I think they all make mistakes like this. The question is, are they making more money than they were before? And because the answer is yes, they would argue that, like, no, our data is correct here. Just to answer Fuzzy's question about Christopher Drink, I'll say one thing about Drink. Like, I've said this a couple of times now. When it comes to his online posts, he leaves things vague enough to be trolling, right? However, when it comes to his actual podcast, it's remarkable. He completely focuses on data. Like, he just looks at the facts and he just reports on it. Maybe it's because he has people with him who are not console warriors. They're also business analysis. So maybe he can't, troll or be a console fanboy. But he's data driven. And even Sarkhan is kind of saying the same thing as well. Like, subscription services are rising up, and the reason why they're rising, that he was saying, is because console games are expensive and it kind of suits people's habits now. Because I was talking to these guys as well today, and it's crazy how, like, they don't like the idea of Game Pass or whatever it is, right? And then I said, like, yeah, but most people don't finish games anyway. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, that's why
I don't remember last time I finished the game. I agree.
Sorry?
I said I don't remember the last time I finished the game, so I completely agree.
Exactly. And I was like, and I told him, I was like, yo, if I subscribe to Game Pass, let's say it was $30 in the first start of the year. I subscribed in a specific month. I was able to play South of Midnight. I was able to play Clear Obscure, Elder Scrolls Online, and I was able to play Doom. 4 games, and The Altars, 5 games, right? Let's say I was able to do that for like 1 month or whatever it is. I was like, I didn't even finish them. I moved on to something else. They came to the idea that, well, no, because you're playing on Game Pass, you just jump to the other games. I was like, no, that's not true. Because we know the data says everyone jumps at the moment. And somebody was like, yeah, actually it is. 30% of people finish games, or 20%. So why would you blame Game Pass on that? You could say Game Pass might make it easy for me to skip to the other game or whatever it is. But my counter argument would be like, if you're enjoying the game that much, you wouldn't be skipping in the first place. I didn't skip. Like, I bought Assassin's Creed Shadows. I purchased the game. I don't play it no more. I found something else to play. Do you know what I mean? People don't force themselves to play games anymore. So subscription service is actually pretty good. You end up saving money on it. But the fault is when you subscribe on a monthly basis. I don't subscribe on a monthly basis. I unsubscribe and I come back. And this is why that was so bizarre, because everyone who's complaining, they stay subscribed for the monthly, and I'm like, why? And I'm like, wait, do y'all not use like CD keys and all these things? No. I'm like, I sent a screenshot to some of the guys I talked to. 3 months Game Pass and Ultimate Game Pass, and 3 months, $35. They're like, where's that? I'm like, what do you think? Just go online and search, you find it. Like, what do you mean, where's that? Like, and they were like, oh shit, like I'm like, what do you mean you never knew? Like, I think once again, it's ease of access, right? They take, direct debit from your account, so it's all, you don't have to think about it. But if you're willing to go online and just do a Google search, there you go. Like, Game Pass is still like I don't know why you want Game Pass I don't know why anyone wants Game Pass to fail, but you can still get it for cheap, or you can pay $30 for a month and then play all the games you want to play. In the CMA situation, I know you sent me a message. I'll round up real quick. In the CMA situation, one of the reasons why Xbox was able to buy Activision and Blizzard by kind of Yeah, she looked good there. she looked good. But anyways, Saturday she looked good in the.
Oh, when she's doing the. Oh,
no,
sorry.
in the pause menu, I was like, oh, okay. But anyways, I think that the Judge Corley, I believe her name was like, they're talking about Game Pass, right? Call of Duty. And Xbox was trying to say like, if you put Call of Duty on Game Pass, people can save more. And I think they were able to show that there are users who's buying Call of Duty day one for $60-$70, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these guys played for like 15 hours or 12 hours, and it was done.
Yeah.
They were finished. And Game Pass is like, well, instead of them paying $60, they can pay $15, and then realize after like within that month, oh, I don't like this anymore, and then they can unsubscribe. That's a great deal for the consumers. And how do you think Sony responded to that? How do you think Sony and the FTC responded to that? They couldn't, because it's like, that is true. You are saving consumers a lot of shit.
So that's interesting actually that you bring up cost. So do you think Xbox has, and this is the last question before we close because we've already gone over, we're supposed to stop at half, now we're already another half an hour over. So do you think the promises that Phil made to the FTC during that hearing, do you think he's honored those? And do you think Microsoft has honored those in terms of saying, no, we're not gonna make, because the whole conversation that Sony was arguing from is that no, we're gonna make things worse for the consumer, and we're going to suffer as the competition as a result. Do you think they've honored those?
That's a good question. Already, we can say we can rule out.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, already we can rule out the Sony competition part. Like, it's going to be worse for us because Sony is probably thinking like, actually, competition for us is pretty much gone now, so we're the best. Yeah. So Microsoft did hold out to their statement. In terms of making things better for the consumer, the question will be how and why not. Like, what has materially happened via the ABK deal that has made things worse for the consumer? And like, I can actually this question.
Would you not say that's worse for the consumer? This is something that they say that
which price raises?
Like, I'm talking about like the GamePass increase. Like, well, actually, all price increases, increasing their console prices, increasing their the subscription prices. All these things.
You would have to, and that's a good question. You would
could
have
we
to
argue that these increases would have never happened if they didn't buy ABK?
Well, the affirmative is on you to prove.
I suppose,
you would have to prove that, like, because of the ABK deal, this occurred. Because what I can tell you is that
there's a lot of evidence.
Well, what I can tell you, like, even though I don't have to prove it, I can ask you to prove it, but I could, give the defense right now. One, they could make a stronger argument that, like, well, tariffs, that's one. Two, they can say the cost.
No, tariffs is completely out. Like, tariffs, every single, including IGN, every single publication that has talked about Xbox increasing prices for consoles and Game Pass, it has nothing to do with tariffs. These are decisions being made at Xbox.
Wait. No, who said?
Not tariffs whatsoever.
Who said? No, okay, hold on. Has any business analyst said tariffs plays no role whatsoever in the increase in console parts?
I can almost guarantee that that's the case.
This
has got nothing to do. It's one thing. I'll say this. It's one thing if they say, well, we're anticipating tariff increases. There's been no tariffs. Again, remember, Xbox is an American company. Tariffs are always targeted at overseas companies bringing shit in. Microsoft, there's not a single, when they increase their console price, when they increase this, there's not a single article saying, well, they did this because of tariff increases. I could be wrong, but I'm almost 110% sure that I'm right on this. I just watched a video with McAfee saying it's nothing to do with tariff increases.
Okay, what did he source?
What did IGN source for that?
Yeah, like, who did they speak to? Like, how do they know this? Is it an
I think that's pretty common knowledge, Ty. Like it'll be easy if
hold on.
So like tariff increase.
Hold on, wait.
I
don't like because Fuzzy is saying, what do you think tariffs do if not raise prices?
Yes, no, he's not wrong. But what I'm saying to you is that there's been no tariffs on hardware from America to say that this is why they're increasing their prices. Look it up right now. Like Fuzzy, please do me a favor. Google it right now. Have a look. Did tariff increases affect Xbox?
No, they did.
Subscription prices going up.
No, wait. Like they were included. Video game consoles was included. They were included in the tariffs. Yes, in the section. They didn't get an exemption. So my question is like,
no. Which consoles? Consoles from where? America or consoles from Japan?
Do you think the consoles are made in America?
No, they're not made in America. But like, don't forget that this is all whatchamacallit. Like, this is not a logical thing that Donald Trump is doing. This is a thing where Donald Trump is doing. Like,
you know what I'll say? Yeah, I would.
Let me just Google it and I'll let you know.
That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say you Google it right now. I'll talk to Fuzzy. Fuzzy, me, you can just chit chat as we get to our victory lap. Where any facts.
I know for a fact.
You don't know for a fact.
I know for a fact.
No, you don't.
With tariffs and raising these prices. Xbox's prices had nothing to do with tariffs. Sony can say that they had something to do with tariffs. Nintendo can, not Xbox.
To be clear, I'm giving you a body of reasons as to why they can make an argument that the console prices.
They can, but
yeah, because it's not just tariffs. It's not just tariffs at all.
Go ahead.
Okay, so tariffs is one. The second argument here is going to be, we're tired of losing money on the consoles. Meta got tired of losing money on their console, their VR headset. They cut back. Sony, before any of this even happened, they raised the prices of their console from $500 to $550. Okay, why is Sony allowed to? So Sony didn't buy ABK. They didn't buy anyone. Why are they allowed to raise the prices of their console from $500 to $550? And when we do it, it has to be because of ABK. This is like somebody saying like, well, because of GamePass, they closed down Tango. Prove it. Why is Sony allowed to shut down studios and close down games? And it's not because of the subscription service, but when we do anything, it has to be the subscription services. And Google's going to tell you it's tariffs as well. And if you want to, and I just find it funny because this motherfucker hates IGN. He hates all these reporters. He calls them shills. Now he's quoting them. And then, but we see when they say things, here's the thing, guys. When these reporters say things that Ushers doesn't like, he will like fine tune and research them.
I don't know what you're talking about, right?
But as soon as they say something he likes, he's like, "Oh yeah, it is." It's tariffs,
this is from Elon's AI. It says there's no direct evidence that President Trump's tariffs were primarily reason for the Xbox Game Pass price hikes announced on the 1st of October. Microsoft's official statement attributes the increase particularly to the 50% jump, blah, 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 to the
Whoa. We're talking about Game Pass. What about consoles?
Okay, let's look. I'll go into the consoles. I just wanted to make it clear that the increase in like in Game Pass had nothing to do. No increase involved with Game Pass has anything to do with tariffs or the market conditions, regardless what they say. So I'll get the Xbox ones.
Listen, Fuzzy. Listen. This Fuzzy guy I want to say he's a smart guy, but I'm sure Fuzzy is like, nah, bro, this is just common sense. Everyone knows tariffs increase prices.
No, tariffs increase prices, but were they tariffs? I know that there's tariffs on consoles, but it's very much focused on consoles that are made or whose components are primarily made in China or in
Asia,
like Japan, in Asia. Yes.
Yeah, but where are the components for Xbox?
I get, yes, correct. However, there's a very, very big difference in terms of like, if I'll give you an example. Sony made a lot of concessions in terms of like looking at other countries where they can ship their shit from, where those parts are coming from. and it's the whole story. But I could be wrong, but I just want to understand the actual impact, and then I want to give you that feedback, and then you can take it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So as I was saying to the guys at Java who's listening here, still, to prove that the ABK deal, and listen, it could be a contributing factor, but you would have to prove it. And one of the reasons, I think the FTC, Lena Khan and Elizabeth Warren, they tried again to be like, oh, the letting go of employees, it's because of XYZ. And Xbox said, like, ABK was already going to do this anyway. And there's probably enough evidence for them to say, like, nope, ABK was always going to cut employees, because guess what? EA did, WB did, everyone did as well. And this is a problem that I think people have, is that when PlayStation, Ubisoft, EA, Nintendo, Sega, Capcom, Bandai Namco, whenever any other publisher or platform holder does something, the response is, well, it's just the business environment, it's the economics of the situation. When Xbox does something, it's because it's Game Pass. And Occam's razor says that's bullshit. Like, they have to, because then my question would be like, so are you saying if Game Pass didn't exist, Xbox wouldn't be letting go of employees? They wouldn't be firing people? Then you don't like that narrative then, because that narrative says like, well, actually, they're the good guys, but they're not the good guys.
Okay.
Corporations they're not good guys. Now, Ushers is going to give us the answer, which is the answer that I expect.
Okay, so cool. So it says, while Microsoft didn't explicitly named tariffs in consumer-facing statements, the timing and the supply chain exposure, China-centric manufacturing, and the industry-wide trend strongly confirms the tariffs as the primary cause. But
do you know?
Again,
wait, quick. Do you know what statement they said and what statement people didn't say? They said macroeconomic environment.
Yeah, they said micro. That's what they said.
No. And do you want to know why they said that? Because whenever anybody
why did they just say tariffs?
I'll tell you why now. Whenever anybody said tariffs, Trump murdered you. When Amazon said these are the prices and they're affected by tariffs, Trump called him straight up. He called Bezos straight up, and I'm telling you, take my word for it. But he called him straight up and was like, "What the fuck are you doing? How dare you do that?" And then you see Bezos in the White House literally kissing his ass. No one's gonna say tariffs because they know Trump is gonna get pissed off at them. That's why you see all these CEOs literally at the White House, sucking him. Sorry, let me not be too vulgar, but like you see them doing all these things to him. Trust me, it's tariffs. We know this yet. Now the second point is this: they don't want to lose any more money on the consoles.
Yeah, like it's all those reasons. Like all those reasons combined, I think are accurate. However, them raising, like you raise your console prices and then you raise your Game Pass prices. Jesus fuck, come on. Because the Game Pass has got nothing to do with your consoles or tariffs.
No, but then we have to analyze the Game Pass situation separately. And I think this is the part where I'm not too much on their side on this one. I think I want more data on this one, but the difference, like I said to you again, is that
Fuzzy, you're on the money there. You're right.
Yeah, you can. I don't think tariffs didn't affect the Game Pass or anything at all. But I think the important part here is like you can't make an analysis on the Game Pass situation without having at least some level of knowledge as to what the subscription industry looks like and what Microsoft's goal is.
Yeah.
And as soon as I heard, that, because I already kind of knew this, but I didn't really crunch the numbers. When you tell me that cloud is one of your growing markets, and to get cloud, it's Game Pass Ultimate, so that's Ultimate right there. And then you tell me that the people who are playing Game Pass Ultimate for per hour, they're playing. It's 42. It costs Xbox 42 cents per hour, and these people are playing like hundreds of hours in a month. They become loss and they become financial burdens to you. Because remember, they said in the FTC as well, when people use xCloud, we lose money. So now, is this them saying like, yeah, listen, we don't want to lose money on the consoles and we don't want to lose money on Game Pass Ultimate either. Like overall, Game Pass is profitable, but there's people out there who are making it less profitable for us, and we want to make sure they pay their fair share. And the question is like, how is that not a fair thing? Like, I want to do the numbers here. let me ask AI real quick. If it costs me 42 cents an hour, how much does it cost if I spend, let's say, 250 hours? Man, Grok is quite slow.
You're not using the right growth.
Which one do you use? Do you have a better one?
I use the actual. I'm using the AI and using it from X.
Maybe I should use that one instead. But anyways, the point is, it was like because Xbox said cloud gamers were taking them, but were costing them more money, right? And then the question then becomes: are these guys even paying their fair share? Then the next point that Dream was talking about was that it seems. Go on.
I get all that, but like to me, that's not a growth strategy. That's you saying, "Well, I've got these people on my ecosystem, and I'm going to make sure that we get the most money out of those people." That's not a growth strategy. That's a strategy that tells me
next question.
You
but then I have a next question for you.
You've accepted that you're in attrition.
Oh, no. Yes. But next question for you then. Why did Game Pass stop growing? Why do you think it hasn't grown significantly?
There's so many different reasons. We can go into it. Like, it's the same thing I said to you, that like the best conversation to have that within is that if I had given Peter Moore $80 billion to make Xbox the dominant force in console gaming, could you have done it? And I think that's where that conversation goes for me. Is that if you give another leader the same amount of opportunities, the same amount of resources that Phil Spencer got in the decade that he's been head of Xbox, could that leader do better? And then my point is, like, I think because of the fact that they've decided themselves into a hole, we're all sitting here saying, well, how, if we go back 2 decisions back, and they keep digging themselves into the same hole and making the same sort of like type of decisions. They're not making better decisions. That's my problem, is that like, you are expecting the same leadership that got you into this hole to make decisions that will save Xbox. And I've accepted the fact that it's never going to happen.
Okay, but let's say, like, I guess Game Pass hasn't grown and they've tried different things. It hasn't grown to the numbers that they wanted to grow.
And all on the guy that's leading, bro.
But the thing is this: they believe that it hasn't grown because it's capped by, especially with the console side of things, it's capped by the console's availability.
I completely agree with that. Is that like, for me, and I said this to you, Ty, I said, if you wanted Game Pass to reach 113 million users, right? The best strategy to approach that is the strategy that says, well, I want to beat Sony and make sure that I have their 115 to 120 million players on my platform. But what they chose to do is this kumbaya strategy of like, no, we are going to stretch ourselves, invest in all these.
I don't even believe that if Game Pass, if they did that and they, targeted.
I think they would have.
No, they wouldn't have 100 million. The reason, like, I put it this way. Okay, well, put it this way: if Game Pass was on PlayStation, the PlayStation platform, you think it would be 100 million?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to you.
But you said that like they would reach 100 billion. I'm saying they wouldn't reach that.
Not if they are on PlayStation's platform. If they use the console strategy.
No. What I'm saying is that PlayStation, as it stands now, is the biggest market apart from Steam. So that means Xbox would have like in the wild 150 Xboxes or whatever it is, PS4 plus and PS5.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm saying if Xbox had those numbers, so instead of saying Xbox had those numbers, let's just subsidize it with PlayStation. If Game Pass was on PlayStation, would there be 100 million PlayStation Game Pass users? If the answer is no, then you can't say that if they did that same strategy, they would have 100 million users because
it doesn't need to
already has that strategy and they can't get 100 million users.
No, but like Sony's not selling Game Pass as a primary
thing.
I'm
saying if Game Pass was on PlayStation, would they get 100 million users?
No, why is Game Pass on PlayStation? Like why? Like no, none of that.
If Sony did the same strategy, if Sony did the same strategy as GamePass, would they get 100 million users?
No, because that's not. Let me put it like this. This is what I'm saying to you. If Xbox's strategy was that we need, for us to be able to grow Game Pass, we need to beat Sony. If that was their path to growing Game Pass, saying, you know what, we need to make sure that we have as much hardware as Sony has out there. That is how we see ourselves beating Game Pass. They would be closer to that number now than they are currently. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying they would reach that number. And again, when you say that if Game Pass was on PlayStation, to me, it says to me that you're trying to put Microsoft service on Xbox. No, I'm saying if Xbox had all the consumer base that PlayStation has, they could have done that. If their aim was to first and foremost, we want to be the primary place that every console gamer plays their game, we'd be looking at a very different picture. But that's never been their approach. That's all I'm saying, is that for you, you need to be focused. Gaming is a very focused industry. This thing of trying to light a million candles at once and expecting all of them to ignite and, do this wonderful fire show for you, I don't think is possible. Everyone that's been successful in gaming has focused on something. And Xbox has not done that. Their focus is everywhere. Every 2 years, they're changing their strategy.
So there's, I disagree. Like, yeah, I think they failed in the execution, for sure. But I think that with that failure, it comes the realization of, well, now we need to just make business decisions. And I think my argument here is that Game Pass as a whole for the console base has capped out. And if you can't grow, this is for any subscription services or any even business, if you can't grow, you find a way to monetize the same audience again. Like,
So can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So what happened to Nintendo? So did Nintendo just monetize a specific audience and decided that they can't grow anymore?
Yeah, pretty much. Didn't they do that?
Specifically, huh?
Did they do that? They went from selling the GameCube at a loss to like, nah, we ain't do that no more. We need to make money on that.
But was that a consistent strategy throughout?
What do you mean?
Did they just decide to just monetize the audience that they had? Did they have no growth aspirations going forward?
No, but but Nintendo is growing though, right? So, for example, when the Wii came,
but that's exactly my point. Is that they came from a point where they lost a lot of business, and then they decided to come up with innovative strategies to grow their business. They didn't then just double down and say, "Well, okay, we'll release another GameCube."
Yeah, well, how did they grow their business? How did they grow their business?
By diversifying what they did or how they did it.
What did they do?
Oh, you know what they did. They went and they did.
Yeah, you see, it's annoying because you always do this. You always ask this question. You always ask me questions
it's fine.
as well.
So what they did is they went. Okay, wait. I'll tell you. They came up with the Wii, which was what it did is it took them up.
As a hardcore gamer, were you happy with the Wii?
But that's not the point. That's what we're talking about. Is like
it is a point because if you told me right now, wait. If you told me right now, let me finish this point. If you told me right now that like for Xbox to grow, they would have to pivot into VR and start making mobile phone games, or keep the same path that they're doing right now, making the Fable I want in high definition graphics and the Gears of War in super graphics, or instead I'm going to get like a VR version of Call of Duty that's crappy. I'm going to tell you right now that I'd rather have them stick.
Yeah, but like Tai, like I thought by your definition, what they were doing with them making hybrids and all this shit was them being like Nintendo.
Wait, I said that? Like.
Well, you basically said that, they pivoted. So Microsoft is doing the same thing Sega would have done, or Nintendo would have done in the same position, which is pivot where they grow their market. So what I'm saying to you, it's not growing their audience, and I keep coming back to you, is that it's not growing their console audience, and it's not growing. We're not seeing any sort of growth in terms of their actual audience. I'm not talking about people.
They don't believe they can grow the console audience. They don't believe they can grow the console. They don't believe they can grow the console audience.
And then that's the problem. And then that's what I'm saying too, is that they don't believe it. Hence, they're not putting any.
But they don't. But I think the data says they can't.
But I'll say this: Nintendo always believed that Nintendo gamers will always come back to Nintendo, which they did in the hundreds of millions.
No, because
Nintendo
gamers are filled of, number one, casuals.
They what?
The Nintendo
but like
audience.
Nintendo gaming is the core of gaming. So tell me, how many?
Okay.
Games,
Wait, sorry. Just a real quick question.
Mm-hmm.
If the Switch didn't exist in a hybrid format, and it was just literally a GameCube 2, like it was a home-based console in the living room, do you think it sells even half of what the Switch did?
No, of course not.
Okay, but why didn't the Nintendo gamers come back? Because you're making it seem like, well, the reason why there's so many
because also our handheld gamers casuals.
Okay. So hold on. Why? Okay, so then let's
combining all they did is
let's say this way then. Like the Switch console. Okay, so are you saying that? Okay, so what you're saying is that the reason why the Switch sold as much as it did is because the handheld gamers came and the home console gamers came, and I'm saying it's not as simple as that. I'm saying Nintendo leveraged their strengths to create a strategy that worked. So I'm asking you, where's Microsoft leveraging their strengths to create Windows? They have PC.
So tell me,
wait. They have PC. They have a console. They want to merge it together, which makes sense, right?
Cool. Okay, cool. So we saw that with Nintendo. We saw that it took them It took them the Switch. Actually, not even the Switch, the Wii. They started with the Wii, where they didn't even leverage mobile. They just decided to do something innovative that was different, and they were able to beat both Sony and Nintendo in terms of console sales. That was a home console, completely home consoles, and it sold more than 120 million or some shit like that. But it outsold both of their competition. It was cheaper, it had much more accessible games, and it still had all the core games that you wanted from Nintendo.
You're talking about
so I'm asking, yes, the Wii, precisely.
Yeah, but who was the Wii marketed at? It
was marketed at, if you're a Nintendo guy, you still got all your Nintendo games. Did you not get Mario? Did you not get Zelda?
Yeah, you did.
Did you not get Donkey Kong?
Yeah,
but on top of that, you also got a lot of casual games.
That's like me saying Xbox could, make a Kinect version of Gears of War.
Okay,
I still not get Gears of War. Like, no, I don't want a Kinect version of Gears of War.
No, but like that's not what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you, well, would that Kinect version of Gears of War sell you 100 million Xboxes?
I mean,
to me, I'm talking about what works and what doesn't work. Everything Xbox has done has not been able to sell units in any shape or form. They've not been able to get past.
We see my issue with what the way you're using Nintendo here is that, like I've said it so many times, that this was a gimmick. It's good. It works well.
Even now, it's a gimmick, yeah.
Because and the question is, if Xbox is going to pivot to a gimmick for a generation and set 100 million consoles,
which they've done several times,
then trouble the next generation comes along because the gimmick is
work again. Dude, can I ask you a question? They didn't use a gimmick last generation. Are they in trouble now?
Depends on how you look at it. No, they're not. I mean, they're making more money now.
They're making more money now because they bought out studios to make more money. Is the Xbox primary business, is their console business making more money now
than the Xbox One generation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
The console business is making more money now than it made. I'm not talking about the overall publishing business with Activision Blizzard and all the games. Is the console business making money right now more than it did with the Xbox One?
Okay, I'm a bit out of the loop with Xbox One, to be honest. So I'm not actually too sure. But the answer be yes, though, right?
Okay, and I would say that, like, my man, that is there's not a chance. These are the worst performing consoles since the Xbox, the original Xbox. they've sold less, Tai. They've, in terms of actually releasing games that sell on the actual consoles, even with those, there's been less of that. All the games that they've sold and made money off, aside from maybe Forza, all those games have either sold on PC better or they've done better on other platforms.
Okay, so you want to negate the people? But wait, didn't they start putting PC games as well on the Xbox One generation?
Yeah, but like I'm talking about the games that games still sold primarily. If you sold a Forza, you sold a Halo. In fact, Halo 5 was never even released on PC. So a lot of their first-party games still sold better.
Wait, so just to be clear, it says that the Xbox One, in its first 47 months, sold 33 million units, and the Xbox Series X and S has sold 30 million units, so it's 3 million behind.
No, but then look at attach rates. How many games did people buy for the Xbox One? Look,
but I don't think that's even like a fair comparison there, because now we have to put in because now we have to look at I could say from a revenue point of view, there are more people spending money on live service games, and Xbox is getting more of that 30%.
No, but
I could talk about Game Pass as well. I could talk about the fact that they're pushing more games out.
But I'm talking about the consoles, bro. We're talking about the actual consoles. We're not talking about all the supplementary stuff. We're talking about the actual consoles. Because you can say Xbox, so does Xbox separate how much money they make of PC versus how much they make of console? And then we need to get into
you're saying that. Wait, hold on. You're saying that, but then that's like saying it sold 5 million units on the Xbox One tie, and on the Xbox Series X and S, it sold 4 million FIFA units, right? For example. But then EA says but on the Xbox Series X, more people are playing Ultimate Team, and they have actually made more money off that. Are we counting that? We're not counting that.
I'm saying
I'm asking you, is that part of the equation?
No, I'm saying the equation is where those consoles, if you look at in terms of did they, and again, we're using Nintendo as a metric here, because you said to me that you know what, can you say that the Wii U was a more successful in terms of the hardcore? And I said yes, because those hardcore titles were all available on the Wii U. All the Wii U said we're giving you all the shit that you want from Nintendo, and if you want a little bit over and above, then we give you all that stuff. You want to play tennis, you can play tennis. That's fine. It's not going to take away from the guys that buy our shit for Zelda or for Mario or for Donkey Kong. You're still getting all that shit in the same true to form, whatever. And then from there on, of course, the Wii U was unsuccessful. And then, of course, they released the Switch, which they bounced back. My whole point is that this whole excuse or this whole thing of no, we can't do better.
I'm trying to ask AI to see what it's saying, and it kind of made some some mistakes, and it says, upon prices, Matt, Xbox Series X and S made more money from hardware in this period. This aligns with Microsoft's reports per unit margins on current gen consoles. So I'm wondering if Xbox is actually saying that we actually maybe with the Xbox One, we're losing more money per console sold, but with the Xbox Series X and S, we're making more money. I don't know. I think maybe you should ask it as well, or you should do a quick research to see, because I might be asking it wrong.
So I think that's a great conversation to have, but I just I'm just looking at the time, Tai. But what's my whole point was,
what's the problem with the time?
I mean, we're already over 2 hours and 34 minutes. And in terms of engagement as well, I think a lot of people have, they've met their capacity. So my whole point is that if we want to table these conversations, that I'm happy to say, okay, cool.
Well, Fuzzy says how many of those games last year were generating 400 million a month, like Game Pass. So, but basically, I asked it right. Xbox One versus Xbox Series X, which made the most money in the first 47 months. It says in their line 47 months period, November 2013 to September 2017 for Xbox One, November 2020 to September 2024 for Series S, the Xbox Series X and S generated more hardware revenue than the Xbox One, despite selling fewer units. This is due to the higher average selling price from sustained premium pricing and fewer early discounts. So it's saying from I don't know. This is trying.
Yeah, from just the value perspective,
it says 21% higher ASAP, launch held longer, offset the 10% units shortfall. Total economic ecosystem.
Yeah, but don't forget, like, there's one simple thing that you're forgetting there, is the fact that, like, even in the beginning, the Xbox One sold, in terms of, like, it sold well, right? But don't forget that, like, it also had Connect attached to it. But
yeah, but
even
not true.
Considered, yeah.
No, true, but that's not but that's a part of the equation, right?
Yeah, but that's fine. That's okay. Cool.
But just because it's saying total ecosystem view, it says like from a revenue point of view, the consoles itself, the Xbox Series X and S did better. I didn't know that. I just learned something new today. Maybe this is wrong. Maybe Grok is.
Wait, let me just.
But it says, if including games and services, e.g., Game Pass revenue, like Fuzzy said, the Series X grows significantly. So we're saying that, like, because of Game Pass and revenue from games and live service games, I imagine it's like, yeah, it's a wash. The Series X and S makes more money than the Xbox One in the same time period. This Ushers guy, man, just taking L's left and right, man. Damn.
Your AI is bugging.
I always told Ushers, I was like,
so my AI is telling me something different, right? It says Xbox One made more money than Xbox Series X so far. Here's the short and the sharp breakdown. Xbox One sold 57.9 whatever million.
No, that's wrong. No, wait. No, wait. That sounds wrong. In the same time period.
Okay, let me say.
So that would be 47 months period. Why? That's like saying the Wii made more money.
47 months period. What do you mean, like 47 months?
No,
period?
whichever one you want to say. From the launch of the Xbox. Sorry, from the launch.
Yeah. So in the same period, meeting 54 months after launch, Xbox One made more money than the Xbox Series X. Here's the short. Same thing. Sold 40.7 whatever, and it's 54 months. Series X sold 32 point something, and we're talking about consoles here. We're not talking about like all the other supplementary stuff.
Okay.
That gap is 7.5, considering the similarities in price points. Xbox One pulled in more revenue during its equivalent launch period. Xbox One had more aggressive global rollout with fewer competitions in cloud and subscriptions. Series X leans heavily on Xbox One game revenue, which is harder to compare directly to hardware. So Series X is playing a long game with subscriptions and ecosystem. Xbox One still wins with the cash race in the same time period. What it compares to in revenue. So it says, I want to compare it in revenue, then yeah. So like, let me say yes. So it says, do I want to compare it in Game Pass revenue? It allows you that. But in terms of hardware, Xbox One hands down did better. Your AI was lying.
Okay. So hold on. Why did Xbox One do better again?
Simply because it was more expensive. It was higher priced when it was released, and it was one SKU, and it sold more units. I think that's logical. It says here.
No. What is it? Yeah. What is AI saying? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Wait. Hold on. Could you turn down the music a little bit because you're kind of calling off, so it's hard to hear.
Okay. Okay. So you were saying?
Yeah, go ahead. Why did it say the Xbox One did better? I'm curious.
All right, so I'll go over it again. In the same time period, meaning the 54 months after launch, Xbox One made more money than Xbox Series S. Here's the short, cheeky breakdown. Xbox One sold 40.47 million units in 54 months. This is by April 2018. Xbox Series X sold 32.98 units in 54 months.
Wait, sorry. Is this saying Xbox Series X on Xbox Series X and S?
X and S. Both.
Is that what it said? Or is it saying X?
Yes. Okay. I can share it with you. It says X and S. That gap is of 7.49 million consoles. Considering the similar price points, the Xbox One pulled in more revenue during this equivalent launch period window. Why the gap? Xbox One has more aggressive global rollout with fewer competitors in cloud and subscription spaces. Series S leads heavily on Game Pass revenue, which is harder to compare directly to hardware. So while Series X is playing the long game with subscriptions and ecosystem values, Xbox One still wins in the cash race in the same time frame. And then it asks me, do I want to compare Game Pass revenue next? I'll say yes. Because that's probably what you were looking at, is Game Pass revenue, not hardware revenue, which is what we're talking about.
No. So the one I did it for a 48 months, 47 months period. So it's missing like 10 months or whatever.
Yeah, so it says here's the spicy whatever.
So I'm seeing it here. It said that like if we do 58 months, Xbox One actually sold more. Like the console, Xbox One pushed out more. So has the Series X and S been out for 58 months? Yeah, it has that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Please take that L.
No wait, but why is it saying like this? I'm using your Grok. I'm using your Grok, and your Grok is telling me Series X and S revenue went up.
History. Ty, let's close the show, bro. People have gone home.
Why? Why are you closing the show?
Because like people have gone home, but like it's just me now. Like it's just me and you.
No, it's just me, you, and Fuzzy. Fuzzy is still trying.
And Fuzzy. Fuzzy, thank you. You're such a darling for staying here and listening to this nonsense. The thing is, I know Ty and I can do this for another 2 hours. This is why I say, you know what? Let's rather pick a show and dedicate a show to it, and that we can have this conversation. Because I think we've crossed that Rubicon of like topics for the day. But I think like I'm glad that
like everything here keeps telling me the Series X and S. Like I guess you're trying to say that in terms of console, in terms of console profits.
Wrong. Fake news. Your AI is giving you fake news.
Hold on, wait. In a 58 month period, November 20. Okay, you know what? Yeah, Usher, yeah. I wanna send you something. I want to send you something real quick on your WhatsApp. I'm posting into your AI and tell your AI.
Almost 3 hours. You guys want to go to the club?
Just calm down. I've sent you something on WhatsApp. Post everything I just sent you into your AI and said, Grok said this to somebody else. Is this true?
I'll definitely do that.
Do it now. What do you mean? Just do it now so we can we can close. Like, why are we hanging here? Just do it now.
I think we've exhausted this conversation, bro. Like,
no, just do it now so we can find out.
Bro, how many times do we have to go over this? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Ty! Oh my gosh! You always insist on like, why do you have to learn? So my AI breaks this down on whatever it says.
What does your AI say? Yeah, for the Final Fantasy Tactics, I've heard good things, bro.
Let's just look here.
Read it. Well, what's it saying?
Wait, just give it a second, bro. Relax.
I don't know why we gotta relax. Like, I mean, we have to go.
Relax. I had to retype your stuff into my AI, and I didn't complain. So chill. Relax.
What do you mean retyped? Copy and paste.
Yay! I had to do all that. Relax.
You have to copy. You'll be copying and pasting for the last 2 minutes.
Relax, Ty. Relax. Why are you so anxious? You've already forced us to keep the people here for this long. Chill. Calm down. Take a chill.
Bro, you be taking L's left and right. Fuzzy's been giving you L's. I've been giving you L's. You got the guy. He dreamt a W, and he's saying, "Oh, I have a W. Let's leave now with my W. You know, I gotta get this W."
Calm down. Calm down. So so this is the thing about AI. This is the thing about AI and like I always call you out on. So it says, right? It says I put in what you said, right? First. It says exactly right. Here's the clean breakdown. Consoles 41 million, blah 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 blah, and it doesn't really say, okay, it says Xbox the estimated revenue is 13.29. And then it says the Series X and S, the estimated revenue was 14.45. So it made more revenue. It says SAP pricing, especially for Xbox, pushed the average up. Tariff hikes boosted the retail price globally. USA strategy helped the volume grow the margin. So while Xbox sold more boxes, Series X made more bank. All right, cool. So then I said, was the Series X more profitable during the same time period? It says not quite. Despite generating more hardware revenue than the Xbox One in the same 58-month period, the Xbox Series X was actually less profitable. And here's why. Because of the fact that they lost 100 to 200 per console sold with the Series X and X, the Xbox One launched at a loss, but its losses were smaller per unit and decreased faster. So all this thing proves is exactly what you are trying to prove against me. So Xbox One, if you look at everything overall, was more profitable than the Series X and S in the same time period, simply because they were making losses of the Series X and S up until recently.
I think it's great that, we go from revenue to profit, which is fine. I think that's okay. But then it's like, but we also got to exclude.
What's the point? What's the point of revenue if you don't make a profit?
Hold on. Because the truth is, Fuzzy said it best when he said, the console doesn't even matter. Like, why are we doing console revenue? Who cares about that? It's all about the game sales.
Exactly, I agree. It's all about the game sales.
Yeah. So why did you want to talk about console revenue in the first place? Like, that's I don't understand.
The thing is because, again, that's the conversation we're having because you brought up Nintendo.
No, because the conversation that I was having was which period is more profitable, not from a console perspective.
Why are you bringing up revenue? Talking about profit.
The question was, is Xbox as a company making more money now than they were during
console.
The Xbox One period?
No, we're talking about Nintendo.
Yes, the Series X and S console generation. Are they making more money?
We're talking about. We can look at games. We can look at games revenue, and then you'll find that games revenue during the Xbox One was probably more profitable than games revenue. And I'm talking specifically about games released on the Series X and S, not games on other platforms. We can compare, and you'll still see that within the same periods, probably Xbox One game revenue was more profitable.
But then even I think Fuzz is going to say the same thing, which is going to be like, yeah, but like Game Pass is like dominant now, so why would you even make that comparison in the first place? Because it's not about games revenue. It's about revenue total from games.
Okay, fair enough.
Because you're excluding Game Pass. Why would you exclude Game Pass?
Because it's not like for like. Well, it's very simple. It's because it's not like for like. Because it means that you're selling, because it's a subscription service and it creates a lot of problems. And the first problem it creates, Tai, is that it means that you're selling less units in terms of games. And as a result, to just sum up my whole point is that everything that you're talking about, it was profitable as doing this, everything that you're talking about and you're attributing as a strength is the same reason right now they're in decline and they can never grow the gaming business ever again to the point that they have to exit it now. There was no such thing during the Xbox One era that, we've sold so poorly in selling games that we need to leave the console market. That's been my whole point, is that everything that they're saying, everything that they're suggesting is saying we cannot do as well as we did even in the Xbox One era, and you've admitted this in terms of console performance. So we have to pivot. And I'm saying, okay, cool, pivot, but I want to see some resemblance of success in any pivot that you're doing, specifically the Xbox business, not what you inherited from Activision Blizzard. Show me those numbers. Show me how you've grown the Xbox brand outside Activision Blizzard that is comparable to what the success.
You do know that like during the early years of the Xbox Series X and X, Xbox was breaking quarterly figures. This was before they bought
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So wait. So they're breaking quarterly figures, but you think that they weren't doing good? I don't understand.
Well, what do you mean? Did I think they were not doing good? Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying currently they're not doing good. I'm not talking about the beginning. I always say to you that the first 2 years of Xbox.
No, fair enough. Currently they're not going to do good, but like based on what?
Based on the fact that their strategy at that time was still gamer focused and making sure that they release the best games on their platform, not putting everything.
Wait. So your determination that they're not doing good isn't based on revenue. It's based on how you feel about the platform.
No, it's got how. Okay, explain how that is. Because you took me back. So
because I'm talking about revenue here, and you were like, well, no, it's about how I feel about the platform, basically.
No, did I say that is how I feel about the platform? Or did I say to you that, yes, they were doing well because they were focused on selling games? Because you said they were doing good revenue during that time. And I'm saying, okay, why are they not doing good revenue? And then you then pivoted to, that's how you feel. I don't understand how I feel comes into that.
No, why they're not doing well now?
Well, they're not doing well now because they changed strategies. Like, they've been changing strategies every single year.
Okay, sure, but the revenue is high. But what does that mean?
Which revenue? From consoles? Like, let's be specific. Huh?
Revenue from consoles. Who cares about consoles? Revenue in games.
What are we talking about? Like, be specific then, Ty. Like, what are you talking about?
Games. Xbox as a brand.
No, like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about, like, they've got, this is the thing, like, when you talk about Xbox, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the revenue from making games, the revenue from making consoles? What are you talking about?
Okay, let's say revenue from making, okay, no, like, what do you want to talk about? Revenue from making consoles?
I don't know. You be specific. You're the one that brings this point up. Like, what do you want
about the whole brand, everything, gaming revenue as a whole.
Okay,
not third party, like, because if I talk about if I talk about how PlayStation is doing well, I don't focus on the third party or the first party. I talk about PlayStation as a whole. So I talk about live service. I talk about first party, third party. I talk about the whole shebang. Same thing for Nintendo. I don't talk about the first party games. I talk about everything as well. So as a whole, is Xbox making more money than they were?
They own ABK. Of course, they're making more money. Like, nobody's questioning that. Like, they own the biggest publishers in the world. And they have a subscription service now. Yes, they're making more money. No one's questioning that. But is the brand as successful?
What does that mean by brand?
Brand. Like, brand. Is the brand as revered? Do people feel the same way about the actual export? I'm talking about the customers now. Because you always focus on the business. And then you remove...
But that's what I said. I said, I'm talking about money. You're talking about feelings, and you just affirmed that. You said
so. Brand is feelings to you.
No, you said how the people feel about the brand. Feelings.
Emotion. Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Do you think that doesn't count in business?
No, I mean, well, put it this way: if Apple's like, we made 10 billion, it's like, yeah, but people don't like our brand that much anymore. In the next 10 years, they keep making 10 billion. They're like, I thought you said people don't like our brand anymore. People don't feel like
but do you think? Okay, let me ask you a quick question. Do you think the Xbox brand, I'm not talking about like Microsoft gaming, do you think the Xbox brand is in decline or it's rising? Do you think the Xbox brand is better now?
It's damaged for sure, yeah.
No. Don't say that.
It's worse.
Tell me. No. It's okay, how is it worse if this doesn't matter in 10 years and they're still making money?
No. I don't know what you're asking me now.
Was
the brand more popular, like whatever, during the Xbox One era 10 years ago, whatever it is? I would say yes, at least in the West, it was.
So, okay, fair enough. So, you're saying that the brand is doing worse now. Do you think that's good for profitability in the future?
I think the ABK brand was doing shit during the controversies. However, ABK made more revenue that year than they ever did. And I think the shareholders didn't give a shit.
Okay, fair enough. Shareholders don't give a shit. So, do you think this is good for the Xbox brand?
No, I think they need to be more consistent and they need to be better, because I think all this kind of hurts the brand.
Fair enough. So let's go back to your profit question. Do you think making short-term profits right now, because anyone can do this. This is what Jim Ryan did. He made a lot of money for Sony in the short term. So do you think they're making all the short-term money right now and because they've got more services, they have they own all these publishers. Do you think that is good for the longevity of the Xbox brand?
Yeah, only know this only like you said different things. They only know these publishers. Yeah, that's good for the brand. Yeah.
Okay, so you think Xbox, with all the current decisions they're making, is going to grow
no, because you like.
I asked you, is it good for the Xbox brand?
But this said something very interesting, and I'll say what he said, and I'll add to your point now. He says Microsoft as a whole has had a terrible reputation for like 40 years, and they're one of the top couple companies in the world. This is true, and that this could be the same for Xbox brand as well. Like, you could hate Microsoft, but you still use Windows. You could hate Microsoft or Xbox, but you still play Call of Duty. You still play Elder Scrolls. So when you're asking me about. So to your point, the reason why I'm saying like you're kind of mixing different things together. When you said they have all these publishers, I don't know how them having Bethesda, Elder Scrolls, and Fallout under their brand name hurts them revenue wise. Does it hurt them from a brand perspective? Maybe.
Well, that's why I asked. Do you think? Yeah, that's all I want to know.
I mean, it strengthens the brand. It strengthens the brand.
So do you think that? So do you think so? In your opinion, that Xbox is then in a stronger position than they were when they left the Xbox One era, and the future is positive for Xbox in terms of outlook?
Yes, it's much better.
Okay. So as a brand, do you think Xbox is going to have a profitable 5 years, better than the last 5 years, and better than the previous generations that they've had, and the brand is going to grow?
Yeah, but like I get where you're coming from, but I think you're asking the question in the incorrect way. What I think what you're asking from a part of, has the Xbox brand itself started to dilute and get damaged from a marketing perspective in some way, shape, or form to its hardcore users, all these kind of things. And I think you could make an argument for that. But when you talk about brand, like, are they secure? They have ABK, they have Call of Duty.
But the thing is, like, but my whole thing, you know what my problem is with that is the fact that that is not an Xbox brand. That is an Xbox thing that they bought. Like, for me, when you talk about Xbox brand, it's the things that they created that are associated with Xbox. Call of Duty and everything that comes with, and then this is why I don't want to get into that argument with Loki, is that he likes to be specific, like, no, they're all owned by the same company. I said, I get that, but brand is brand. You could buy something, it'll take a long time for people to associate that with your brand. So people are still now in the process of associating Call of Duty with Xbox. So it's a growing.
Do you think people associate LinkedIn with Microsoft?
I don't think so. No,
I don't think so too as well. But they make money from it. So I think this is my point.
I'm not disagreeing with that, Tai. Like, I'm saying to you, if you're talking to me about Xbox's success, them making money off Activision Blizzard, I agree with you. But that's got nothing to do with the console business.
No, that's the conversation. I think again, like, I feel like me and Richard are on the same page here, because as soon as you brought up revenue, like, the conversation changed to revenue. But now you're talking about image.
No, okay, let's go back to that. Like, again, this is the thing. Like, we started with one point that we're discussing, and the whole thing was about console revenue. That is how we got to that. Is that you quoted me console revenue numbers. And then that's how we got into that conversation. It had nothing to do with me trying to prove to you that they're making more revenue off. Nobody is stupid enough to say, well, dude, everybody knows that the Activision Blizzard, even Bethesda, put them in a different bracket in terms of how much money they make every year.
I think the interesting thing here is, like, you want to kind of discount revenue in this discussion. I mean, revenue from, like, ABK discussion, right? Which you can, but in the question that I would then ask you is, you weren't discounting revenue from the purchases of In Exile, Playground Games, Undead Labs, and all these other studios, and Bethesda. You were willing to include that into it, and now that ABK's revenue is included.
Okay, it's fine. We can discount those because those don't count in the Xbox One.
No. But you see, the point that I'm trying to make is that you weren't willing to discount those because you were thinking, no, that's fine to include that into the Xbox revenue. But then all of a sudden, ABK's revenue is not being included.
But like, I didn't explicitly state any of that. I said Xbox.
Okay.
And it's very simple, Ty. It's very simple. Like, and again, this is why I said to you, this will just drag the conversation on forever. My point was, and again, like the reason we ended up comparing revenue, because I said to you console revenue specifically, and then you said, okay, cool, let's go look at console numbers. And then for some reason, we ended up then having to include, like, for instance, from things like GamePass, etc., etc., etc. But console revenue, in terms of like how many the consoles, because I don't care about all these subs. Again, this is my perspective. This has got nothing to do with whether or not I think they're successful. Nobody knows how they measure how they're successful at this point in time. So what I asked you, what I said to you, in terms of if you compare the Series X and the Xbox One in terms of like how successful they were, do you think that the Series X made more money? And no, it didn't. They did not make more money off the Series X than they did of the of the Xbox One. And
but I don't even think that matters. Like, I mean, the reason I'm saying that no, to your point, from a profits making point of view, like yeah, sure, we can make that argument because I know there was a lot of money on the Series S. The Series S was a huge cash sink away. However, the point here that I would make is like at no point even in this any of these generations, these guys wanted to make revenue or profits on these consoles in the first place. They're willing to take this huge massive loss. So for example, if I told you that like, well, the Xbox One made more money than the PS3, the Xbox 360 made more money than the PS3, even though the PS3 won the console war in terms of units sold. Like, would people really care that much? Because I think people who would care are very analysts, right? But I think that the console warrior or the gamer would be like, no, because there's more PS3s out there. I have more friends to play PS3s with than the Xbox One. I don't care if Microsoft sold. Wait, hold on. Another example is the N64, the video we watched, where it said that like, well, the N64 was actually sold at a decent like margin, and not only was it sold at a decent margin, but all the games that came out on it were Nintendo games, and there was a good profit on those games. So it was actually quite a successful, maybe profitable console, and Sony was taking huge losses. No gamer cares the fact that Nintendo made a profit on the N64. As far as they were concerned, bro, you sold 40 million, you flopped. Sony sold 155 million.
I love that example. I love that example. So same thing with console games. People will look at like, okay, the Xbox One sold 58 million, and the Series X and S topped out at about 35 million, and that's all what normal people care about. To your point, and that's the only point I was trying to say is that for me, from a gamer perspective and from how I'm looking at it, it's that simple. Is that you guys are not interested anymore in actually growing that market and making sure that you actually have people that buy that product. You are now pivoting to something different, which is fine. If you don't want to make consoles anymore, that's fine. And you now want to now judge your success based on all your acquisitions like Activision and Blizzard, and then you want to now judge how much money or like how successful you are in the business based on the fact that like, well, we no longer care about curating or keeping this experience for console gamers and keeping it cheap and accessible. We want to make sure that we make as much money of the existing user base that we have. Growth is no longer a thing. We're cool with that. I'm fine with that. Like, that's a strategy. That's a decision you're making. But all I'm saying is that you've done this better in the past. You were better at this in the past, and you could have grown and actually been successful in this segmentation if you didn't decide to pivot to something else. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And I'm not discounting, like, they're much more successful now than they've ever been. But as a brand, and I can tell you where this is going to go, Tai, and I can predict it now because everything that's happening now, I've sort of predicted. And people are like, no, Xbox is fine. It's a healthy brand. We're going to get to a point where Xbox just becomes Microsoft gaming. And that's it. It's going to be people are going to care so little about, because everything to do with Xbox is tied to the console. Once you lose that console audience, there's no reason to call it Xbox. anywhere anymore. Just call it Microsoft Gaming, and it just becomes Microsoft. What are you keeping from Xbox?
Instead of calling it Steam, just call it Valve. Valve Gaming.
Well, Valve is not losing market share.
No,
Sony's not losing.
Whoa. Why is losing market share defines what your company is called?
Because that's what Microsoft has always done. Is Nokia still part of Microsoft?
I'm sorry. So is there some kind of like rule book that says that they have to do this?
No, there's no rule book. I'm just saying based on what I'm saying.
But why would you? Okay, why would they call it something else then? I just don't understand.
Because they've done that with every studio that they've bought. Eventually,
So to be clear, if Nintendo was to drop out of the
not Nintendo. Let's go back to Microsoft.
Hold on. Wait, I just want to make sure like we're being consistent across the board.
Understand? Yes.
Nintendo was to drop out of the console markets and leave the handheld market and say, you know what, we're just gonna become a mobile phone company that makes Android games now. They should change the name from Nintendo to something else.
No. Because Nintendo's never done that. Microsoft has done this several times.
I'm asking you a question. Hypothetically.
Yes.
If Nintendo was to drop out the console and handheld space.
Why are we talking about Nintendo? We're talking about Microsoft.
And they decided to make only Android games. Are you telling me that they should change their name to something else?
No, they won't do that because they're Nintendo. That's their identity.
Okay.
Xbox is not Microsoft's identity.
Wait. What's Xbox's identity?
Microsoft. It's Microsoft games, bro.
What do you...
Dude, like, everything is Microsoft. Like, okay, Tai, simple question.
So since the launch of the Xbox, it's always just been Microsoft. It hasn't been Xbox.
What did I say to you? I said to you, I'm using every single other company that Microsoft has either created or has every brand that Microsoft has either created or bought. I'll give you an example, and you can go through this. You can start with Zune. You can go to what is this? The service that they had for
the Twitch like then.
No, not Twitch.
It was like Twitch, right?
Yeah, it was a video service. It was like Zoom. It was more like Zoom.
What about
they bought that. They bought Nokia. They had all these brands. Like all those brands ended up just becoming part of Microsoft something. None of those brands still exist outside Xbox is one of the only brands I can think of that still exist, that was created within Microsoft or bought within Microsoft, that didn't end up just becoming part of either Windows or Microsoft something. So I'm not making this up as I'm just like, whoa, it's a paranoid thing. Go look at every single, which brand still exists today that Microsoft either created or brought, like, that were not part of Windows, that were created independently of Windows. Everything.
Wait, stop. You tell me which brand did they buy and then they changed the name to Microsoft something?
That's everything else. Like, dude, everything else has become okay. Let me ask AI. Microsoft, because there's a history of this.
Hotmail, Outlook.
Yeah, everything end up folded up into something else. The Xbox name is not that valuable beyond the user base. Once the console user base is gone, they're gonna fold that name into something that is more akin to Microsoft, and it will die just like that.
I mean, I just don't.
Okay, wait. I'll tell you. Folded into.
Because I think the key thing here is that, you know what happened with WB, right? With HBO Max, they changed the name, and everyone was like, "Why would you change the name from like HBO is a brand name that's really valuable?" After a couple of years, they said, "Okay, no, we're changing it back to HBO Max," because we realized that the brand name that we want to change it to doesn't have the same importance as that. So I guess the question is, if you have the Xbox as a brand, why would you just call it Microsoft Gaming? Do you know how fucking ridiculous that sounds?
So here's the So brands Microsoft created and bought that lost their names. Created by Microsoft. Microsoft Works, Budget, Office, replaced by Office and later Office Online. Windows Live, a suite service, Messenger, Mail, and Photo all folded into Windows and discontinued. Zune, iPod killer that died trying. Music service folded into music, Xbox Music, then Groove, then Silence. Microsoft Bob, a friendly UI experiment that was too friendly, vanished into the UI. Encarta Digital.
Distance failed.
Well, let me finish. Well, Xbox is succeeding. Okay. Groove, originally collaboration tool, later became SharePoint Workspace and then vanished. Internet Explorer replaced by Microsoft Edge to browser that, so that's just an additional point. Acquisitions and absorbed. Nokia, devices and services bought in 2014, rebranded Microsoft Mobile, then shut down. Skype, that's what I was looking for. Skype, still alive but heavily overshadowed by Teams. The brand faded fast. Sunrise Calendar acquired and merged into Outlook, no trace. Accompli something became Outlook Mobile. Then there's something else that I can't pronounce, acquired and replaced by Microsoft To Do. Alta VR folded into Microsoft Mesh. Mixer, Microsoft Twitch competitor, shut down, redirected to Facebook Gaming. LinkedIn SlideShare acquired by LinkedIn, largely dormant. So this is not the first brand. When I say this, I'm not saying this for no reason. Everything ends up being Microsoft something. Like when people talk about Microsoft Gaming, it's just to them that's the inevitable evolution of that thing. Once you don't have an Xbox user base anymore, why do you still need to keep the Xbox name?
Because the Xbox brand name it's recognizable.
What about Nokia? Wasn't Nokia more recognizable?
The Xbox brand name is recognizable for now. So who knows what they might do in 10 years' time? I mean, Nintendo had the brand name NES.
But those are not brand. Those were console names. Nintendo is still Nintendo. like a console name is not the same thing as like a brand that is like.
Okay,
these are not.
But just to be clear, you want them to change the brand name because they have a history of changing brand names.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what's going to happen. That's my prediction. I'm not saying they should.
No. Okay, then we say like, oh no, I think they're going to change the brand name because what you were saying before was like, just change the brand name. That's what you said. And I'm like, why would they change it? And you're like, because it's failing.
Well,
like, that makes no sense.
No,
that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you and said, if Nintendo pulled out of the console and handheld space and it got into mobile, they should change the brand name too. And you were like, well, no.
This I remember exactly what I said. They might as well change it to Microsoft Gaming because that's what it's going to become. Because that's what they do with every single brand. Once they decide that they shepherd out the main audience that supports that brand, which is what we're in the transition of, is that the main audience that support Xbox is being shepherded out. And they're now turning this product, and they're saying every decision that they make is saying, like, you know what, if you want to stay on this brand, it's a premium brand, you have to pay X amount. And you can only do that so much with competition.
Is there an example of brands that like, because you've given brands that like they bought and they changed. Yeah. Is there an example of brands that they bought?
So let me do this.
They didn't change their name.
Okay, let me do this now, because I think we've been going for very long.
If you want to continue, a couple gaming brands in the world as far as name recognition and users
yes,
go.
It is fuzzy, but they eventually, I predict that in the future, we're gonna get to a point where that brand is not gonna mean anything, and they're just gonna ship it into Xbox games.
When you say future, do you mean like 5 years from now, or do you mean 30 years from now?
I think it's even earlier than 5 years. I think in 3 years' time, you'll see that transition happen.
Wait. You think in 3 years' time, the Xbox brand logo will vanish and it will just be Microsoft Gaming?
I do see that. I see it being less prominent. Look, they're not going to do it overnight, but I see it being less prominent. The moment you no longer have a console base and you've got several failures from a console perspective or things that don't...
But I'm confused. I'm confused. If the brand is making, like in the top, I think in the top 100 gaming companies, Sony was number 1 and Xbox was maybe number 2 and Nintendo was like number 5. If they're making that much money and they're in the top 3, how is that failing?
Well, because it's all part of Microsoft Gaming. Like Xbox is the box.
Under the Xbox brand.
Why do you need the Xbox brand if you no longer sell the box?
So, okay. Why do you need the Steam brand if there's no box to be sold?
Because Steam was never a box. Steam was always the software service, bro.
So wait. So just to be clear, let's just be very clear right now. Why didn't Sega change the motherfucking name when they left the console space?
Because Sega was Sega Semi America. It was never based on the box.
Why did the company Sega? Because if you're saying that Xbox is failing, once the console disappears, let me finish.
So is Sega the holding company?
Let me finish.
Can you change your holding company name because the brand is no longer selling? The brand is Microsoft, dude. It's not Xbox. That's the whole point. Like, I took you through all those different names. Like, Nokia was a huge brand and they got rid of it and they folded it into Microsoft Gaming. That was a huge brand. Bigger than Xbox.
I don't understand how you could be in the top 3 gaming revenue wise,
but like the thing is, dude, bro, let me ask you a question. Who's the holding company for?
So just to be clear, if you tell me right now, like from a revenue perspective, just a revenue perspective, Sony drops down to where Xbox is. Sony should. Sony decides, like, you know what, guys, console just isn't really doing it for us anymore. But we're gonna create an ecosystem. We're still gonna have all this kind of stuff. Or what's going on here? Sony's gonna change the brand from PlayStation to Sony Games.
Again, like, you keep going back to all these other companies, and I keep bringing you back to Microsoft. And I'm saying to you,
my issue is I'm trying to find consistency. I'm trying to find my consistency.
Why are you looking for consistency outside Microsoft?
No. I'm asking you are you consistent? If you're saying that, let me finish this point. Right? If you're saying that I'm not biased, I'm making this judgment based on XYZ, then you need to tell me that if a different company does XYZ, you say the exact same.
Why are we looking? But like, are we talking about a different company or we're talking about Microsoft?
I'm saying if a different company fitted the same parameters as Xbox, would you say the same thing?
But like, dude, does Microsoft operate like Sony?
What does that mean? I don't know. What does that mean?
Like, does Microsoft, in terms of historically, in terms of the decisions that they've made within the gaming business, or just in business, does Sony and Microsoft do the same? Do they operate the same way? Can you go back to Sony's decisions and compare them to Microsoft? So why are we comparing Sony and Microsoft when I'm saying to you, I'm comparing this to historical decisions that Microsoft has made with their brands that they've developed in-house and the brands that they've bought in-house, that eventually they always shepherd them off into another Microsoft offshoot or brand. What has that got to do with Sony and Sony? Please just explain that to me first.
So, like, I did a quick Google to see, like, is there any things that Microsoft owns or that they haven't changed the name? And, apparently GitHub, they haven't changed. Minecraft, they didn't change. Skype, they didn't change. Nuance, they didn't change. ABK, Bethesda, obviously. Yammer, they didn't change.
But I've already told you about those.
Windows, they didn't change. Xbox, they didn't change. Surface, they didn't change. Azure, they didn't change. Teams, they didn't change.
But those are all new products. Those are not products that
to your point about Microsoft. So you're saying that because Microsoft has a history.
What are you looking at? Are you just looking at companies that they didn't change names of?
Are you saying because Microsoft? So are you saying because Microsoft has a history of folding companies and changing the names of companies?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, why are you looking at companies that have not gotten to the point where they've matured enough? Like, Xbox is over 25 years old now. They're at the point where all those other companies I was comparing them to are at. Is Teams at that point? Is GitHub at that point? So, like, when you say we're comparing like for like, where's the like for like there?
I just want to be clear here that your statement now is that, I think they'll likely change. I would have never pushed back on that statement. I would have never pushed on that statement in the way I did, but it's because what you actually said was they should change, and they will. You are more like they should just change, but you were saying they should change because of failure, and I'm like, why would they change because of that?
Failure? But like, whoa, hold up. Again, we concluded that Xbox is successful.
Sorry, hold on. Wait. Apparently, Sony purchased CBS Records and they changed it to Sony Music Entertainment. They purchased Columbia Pictures Entertainment and they changed it to Sony Pictures Entertainment. They purchased they changed the name Sony Ericsson to Sony Mobile Communications. Konica Miltono Camera, they changed it to Sony Alpha Line. Pygnosis, they changed it to Sony Studios Liverpool. Fun Animation, they integrated it to Crunchyroll. SP Visual Works, they changed it to Aniplex. And some of the companies are like so Sony has that history too as well. So I'm going to ask you the same question: if PlayStation is in the same situation, XYZ, they should change it from PlayStation to Sony Games.
If the Sony brand is no longer relevant to the core audience,
no, wait. How do you define relevance if the revenue is still one of the highest in the gaming industry?
This is the problem I have with this: is that we're going. If you want to keep going into these rabbit, I don't mind. We can go for.
How do you define relevance?
Relevant to the core audience that supported the product. Once it's no longer relevant to the core audience that supported the product, why do you keep the name?
Why change the name?
Because it's no longer useful for marketing purposes. Like if Xbox is effectively Activision Blizzard. And they're just a publishing company. Why are you still keeping the Xbox name, Tai? What's the usefulness of that name?
Why?
You know how consoles.
What is the purpose? What is the purpose and what benefit do you derive from changing the name to a recognizable IP name?
Because it's no longer recognizable.
No,
longer recognizable.
The core audience doesn't care about the name that much anymore. Whatever you want to say.
Yes.
However, it's still a brand name.
Okay, so why did they change all those other names? Why did they change Zoom, Microsoft?
Because no one gave
I think that's self-explanatory.
Because Zoom wasn't probably making money.
Okay, so again, the actual Xbox business is no longer making money, which is the
revenues that what are the high.
No, but it's not. I'm not talking about the publishing business. I'm talking about the actual console business. This whole conversation about the console business. I don't care about their publishing business, Tai.
So
why keep a name from a relic that you no longer need? You now make Microsoft games. Why do you want to keep Xbox? Explain.
So do you think? So for example, do you think? What's this again? Do you think? All the like Turn 10, Forza, they're not under Xbox, they're under Microsoft games.
They'll be Microsoft games eventually, yes. Because they've done this several times. I can even go into gaming companies specifically. How many gaming companies have they bought and eventually folded into just Microsoft something games? Lionhead. Ray still got their name. Like, let me actually get you all the names.
Xbox seems to still the easiest clickbait. This is how you know the brand is still relevant. Damn fucking straight. Damn straight.
And again, like, you can say it's relevant. Like, look, you can say it's relevant all you want. You can say that. All I'm saying to you is that amongst the console business, it's dead. Like, you can literally count that dead, which is what the whole conversation is about. I'm not
even going to disagree with you that, like, you know, they can change the name. They could change them in the future, like, you know, like I'm sure, like if they.
So then, what's your point?
No. My point is, if they think they have a better name with a better naming convention, then.
No, I'm saying that Microsoft traditionally always just wants to turn everything either into Microsoft this or Windows this.
I don't think so because LinkedIn is still around.
Okay, like look, I'm not gonna disagree with you because I don't know what's gonna happen in the future.
But I'm just saying, like LinkedIn is still around. The purchase in 2016.
But like LinkedIn is not failing.
So if it's so to be clear, because it's failing, they now want to attach their own brand name to it because it's a failure.
No, because they don't. No. Like Tai, you're being very selective in what you're sort of like responding to. The brand Xbox has failed. Would you agree?
No.
Is Xbox a successful brand?
No, I wouldn't agree.
Okay, why?
Agree.
Okay, first of all, let me ask you this question. Let me define.
Are you saying it's
define what is an Xbox to me?
Wait, hold on. Just to be clear, when you say, are you saying I should subtract the ABK revenue from Xbox?
No, I'm not talking. No. I'm saying the Xbox brand. Could Xbox sustain itself without ABK, without Bethesda?
Yeah.
Just with Game Pass and just selling consoles, do you think they could sustain themselves?
No, selling consoles. No, they'll have to go third party.
Okay, so you can. So the box is already no longer a factor in Xbox being successful at the business.
No, it's not. It's not core to that being a. No, it's not core.
Okay, so where's the Xbox brand successful, Tai?
In its varied ecosystem that includes cloud, Game Pass, third party game.
Outside Activision Blizzard. That's the only outside those two companies.
Everywhere else in its ecosystem. What are you talking about?
Okay, so it's successful everywhere else. It's successful. So just name the different parts of it that's successful.
Okay, or that's doing well enough. That's part of their ecosystem. I would say cloud.
Okay, please.
PC storefront.
Okay, so you think
console storefront?
Okay.
Cloud, Game Pass subscription services.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I said PC and console storefront, but that also.
Okay, so you think
generally third party arm as well. Their live service games.
Okay, so basically you're saying, because if you saying the storefront and then you saying on console, so you're basically saying that the Series X is successful because those things are tied to that, and you're saying that currently their software studios are successful.
Yeah, but then we can go back to the same question we asked earlier, which is forget about the console revenue at the moment, or you can include that if you want. If you're to include the revenue from the games played on the Series X and S and Game Pass subscriptions, do you think the Series X and S is making more money than the Xbox One? If the answer is yes, then how's it failing?
Okay, fair enough. If that's how you define that success, then fair enough. Then the Xbox brand is successful.
I guess the question is, how would you define it? What would you define it as?
For me, I'm talking about I'm talking specifically, because for me, anything else outside the console business is supplementary to
No, but hold on. I actually focused on console. I said in the same time frame, the Xbox One is the console sales, whatever, including the revenue from that, and the Series X's console sales and revenue, but include the games as well that you're making, in terms of profits or whatever it is, and subscription services, Xbox Live, all this kind of stuff. Which one do you think was making more money? Is making more money?
If I don't want to think. Ask AI.
Well, I mean, you just tell the AI to include sales of games, revenue, and subscription services, and game revenue as a whole.
When you put subscription services, it changes the game. It's not gonna be like for like. I'm talking about
wait. It's when Sony tells you it's PS5 revenue.
Yes,
you do know
that's why they can say.
Hold on. You do know 17% of that revenue is subscription services.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So when Sony says we're making more money than the PS4, are you gonna say, whoa, hold up? Okay. Let's remove the let's remove the 70% revenue. You guys are lying.
Yeah, but Tai, again, what are you asking now? Be specific. So are you asking me to
Fuzzy understands the.
Yep. No, I'm waiting for you to say something. You were saying something.
You hear me?
No, your sound is cutting.
I hit the microphone, so it kind of just went off.
No, all good.
I was gonna say Fuzzy understands the question very well. It's not even difficult at all. in the 54 months period, which period did the platform holder Xbox make more money? During the 54 months period between the Xbox One or the 54 months period between the Xbox Series X and S? You keep trying to say, let's focus specifically on this, whereas I'm telling you, why would anyone focus on that when you focus on money overall?
So, but like again, like this is the thing. Like, my focus is always, I look at the business, but like my main thing, and you can say it's feelings. It's fine. Like actually, I'll concede this.
Well, to be clear, sorry, just to interrupt you. If a situation occurred where, let's say, the Nokia brand or whatever, like whatever Microsoft mobile phone was only selling 30 million or 20 million phones a year, but for some strange reason, the mobile segment, its user base, was extremely charged in purchasing apps and all this kind of digital stuff, and they were able to say our revenue from the actual purchases is actually huge in comparison to the other like mobile phone makers like Samsung and Google Play Store and Apple, right? Would Satya turn around and be like, well, that's a failure because we actually just want to sell millions of devices? Or is the total revenue what they're actually looking for?
So let me ask you a question. So in terms of like, because again, like, if I ask you this question, when you say, in terms of like, if we're looking at that period and we're saying, okay, cool, between the two, which one was more successful, right? And then you say, including all the revenue that they've made from all these other avenues, which you have to include like all the studios that they've bought, etc., etc. Then I ask you the question: is that like, well, clearly, if once you've now bought like studios and like now your games are on PS5, how are we still comparing the success of the Xbox One? Why are we even still talking about the Xbox One anymore?
If you want to,
why are we still even mentioning that generation?
If you want to go by month before they purchase ABK, we could do that too if you want.
So, okay, cool, that's fair. Just again, we're focusing on the consoles here. Like, the moment you just say, okay, cool, we're talking about the Xbox brand and everything they've bought. Like, it's fine. You have a very solid case. You can make the case that, you know what, Xbox is super successful. And according to you, and I want to archive this. According to you, Xbox right now, and I just want to understand your stance. Xbox right now is doing great, right?
Great is subjective. Great is subjective.
Revenue-wise, let's talk numbers. Revenue-wise, Xbox is doing great. GamePass, 5 billion profit.
To be honest, I think I would say they're doing good, but I don't like, if I'm being honest, I don't know where they want it to be. I see that picture and it says like 50 million consoles sold, Game Pass players, XYZ. Like they're undershooting definitely to where they want it to be. So they might not be happy with where they are right now. But from a revenue perspective, I mean, they're like what, third place revenue wise in terms of the gaming business. Yeah, they're probably like, they're doing good. Yeah.
If you're a business person, right? If I'm an investor and I'm looking at Xbox and someone is trying to sell me Xbox, for an example, and they're saying, hey, look, like, here's the gaming companies of the future, and this is Xbox's vision. On paper, they're doing all the right things. This is why they don't care what we think as gamers. Like, we are a second thought to them. Like, I don't even think they consider a lot of like what we think, because right now, in terms of their console business, they just want to make sure that they make as much money as they can, because they're not interested in growing it, which to me is a sign of this company in 5 years, like that business is fucked, because between the three of them, they're the only ones with that perspective of like, we don't care about growing the console business anymore. So console wise, as far as I'm concerned, Xbox is dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's my sentiment, right?
Yeah.
From a business perspective, is Xbox doing well? Revenue wise, absolutely. Even profit-wise, absolutely. They're making fucking good money right now. But everything that they're making money off has got nothing to do with their core, or what used to be their core business, which was the console business. and this is what I keep coming back to, is that eventually when that Xbox name that's associated with that business no longer matters, and all the games that are selling, it's Activision, it's Bethesda games, and even if you look at how they market the rest of the other stuff that's under the Xbox Studios umbrella, it's all Bethesda tied. Like even when you watch the series and everything, it's Bethesda. If it's a Bethesda thing, Activision, all their stuff is Activision. So these brands are not just being absorbed into Xbox, and there's a reason for that. And this is just my theory. This is my thinking, right? And the direction is that the day that they no longer need to use that Xbox brand, I strongly believe they will get rid of it, and it'll just fold. All those studios that do all these things for Xbox will just fold into Microsoft Gaming. And the hint of that came, I think, a year ago, 2 years ago, where there was a couple of screens that leaked that they changed very quickly that already had Game Pass listed as Microsoft Game Pass. And to me, that was one of the moments where it clicked, like, this is where we're going. They just want a studio that is going to be across the board selling like under like Microsoft games. Everything to do with their gaming business is under that shelf. Yes, there's still some things that like they did. Of course, they still have to sort of like shepherd the name out. This is again my theory, could be wrong, but I believe in the next 3 years you're going to see slowly but surely things to do with Xbox fade. The moment the console no longer matters, that name, I'm giving it 3 years and it's gone, because it's not the first name that Microsoft.
I'm gonna ask a quick question. I asked AI to say, when did the Xbox Series X launch? November 10, 2020. And when was the ABK deal finalized? It said it was finalized in 35 months. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'll tell you what I'm gonna type out now so we can do it together. In the first 35 months of each Xbox console, which includes the original Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and the Xbox Series XS, which console generation in the first 35 months generated the most revenue and then the most profit? Cool. This is before ABK. Xbox generation, the first 35 months of each console, okay, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about this. Units, so blah, blah, blah. What's it for revenue? Most revenue, Xbox Series X and S, e.g. Game Pass, which turned profitable in 2020, and broader ecosystem, PC cloud, amplified earnings beyond hardware sales, outpacing prior gens despite similar units volumes. So it's saying that despite lower console sales, they grew the market in different places like cloud and Game Pass and subscription services. Next on profits, Xbox Series X and S, high service margins up to 70% versus hardware negative, and lower relative research and development costs, leveraging prior gens, led by Xbox 360 Xbox 360 was close, but dragged by hardware failures. Original Xbox was a loss leader. So before ABK, and I could give you the quote. I could even send it to you right now. That's it right now. Before ABK is saying that, like, no, revenue-wise, Xbox Series X and S was made more money and it's more profitable. So when we say failure,
whoa, hold on. No, that's not what Bias is. The first 35 months in terms of revenue, it still maintains, profitability. It still maintains that the Xbox One was far more profitable.
No. I'm saying gaming revenue, not just consoles. Gaming revenue.
Okay.
Do you understand? Because as me and Fuzzy said earlier,
gaming revenue.
No, because as me and Fuzzy said earlier, gaming they don't sell these consoles to make a profit in the first place. So why would we compare gaming profits or gaming?
But like again, But like, if you're making a profit, it means that even repeat your statement.
Why would we look at gaming console profit when we always knew these consoles were loss leaders in the first place? It doesn't define. To be clear, the PS3 took huge loss. The PS3 took huge loss at the start. No one asked like, "Oh, you took losses."
No, but wait.
To be clear, the PS1 took huge losses as well. No one's saying like, "Well, that was a failure, bro."
Business perspective.
Hello.
Sorry, is my sound going off?
Yeah, I mean, you stopped me from talking, and then you didn't talk.
No, I said, what do shareholders care about from a business perspective?
Profit and revenue.
No, what do they primarily care about?
Okay, just answer the question because I've given you the answer, and you're asking me the same stupid question. Answer the question, Joe. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Answer the question.
Yeah? What's the question?
The question you asked me. Answer the fucking... You asked me a damn question. Answer the question.
No, I didn't. Sorry, please repeat your answer.
I said they care about profit and revenue.
No, like what comes primarily? Like what do you care about as a shareholder?
No,
revenue is important to me as I run the business, but as a guy that is like a shareholder that needs to make money, and I'm looking at like how much I'm getting when I'm getting my
margins.
dividends.
Just answer the question.
Profit. So why are you discounting profit and revenue matters more? Like your statement about like the consoles making a profit.
You didn't listen to what I said.
Doesn't make any sense.
You didn't listen to what I said. Did you listen to my answer?
Yeah.
I asked it. Let me tell you what I typed out again. In the first 35 months of each Xbox console, which includes the original Xbox, Xbox 360, Xbox One, and the Xbox Series X and S, which console generation in the first 35 months generated the most revenue, and then tell me the most profit.
And then what?
Said the most profit.
Yeah.
In the first 35 months. And it's saying...
Okay, but then why? Yes.
Let me finish. It's saying the Xbox Series X and S generated the most revenue. And it's saying that the Xbox Series X and S generated the most profits as well.
No, that's not what Byte is saying. Byte says in the first 35 months, the Xbox One generated the most profit.
Are you asking its gaming revenue, or are you asking its console revenue and profit?
I asked it the same question that you asked me.
Okay, this is the question I typed out. So I'm going to send it to your WhatsApp.
Okay, I got it. It still says profit Xbox One had the best balance, unit sales, manufacturing cost, making it the most profitable console. This is exactly the question that you typed out. I can show you. I just put it here. It keeps saying Xbox.
Okay, maybe the AI is just taking a piss out of both of us then.
It says the winner, because it breaks it down. It says the profit who kept the most money. It says the winner in terms of revenue, Series X and S, thanks to higher ASAP, premium positioning, blah 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 blah. What edges out the Xbox One, slightly lower unit sales.
Read the profit section again.
It says no. That's the revenue section. The profit section says the Xbox One, it had the balance of unit sales and manufacturing costs, making it the most profitable console in the first 35 months. And that's the question I gave it. Your question.
But why is it not talking about gaming revenue? Do you know what I think it is? Yeah, sorry. I think what's happening here is that because you were focusing on console, it's pulling from that. So what you should do is create a new whole like grok page and then type what I said there.
This is on Copilot. This is Microsoft's AI. Not Grok.
Oh, Copilot. Why are you using Copilot?
Because it's Microsoft. It's the company you're defending.
Yeah, but they don't know for having the best AI though. They're not even like it's not even in the top 5.
They're using ChatGPT 5.
Really? Okay.
Yes, that's the basis. They're funding ChatGPT. Like they're investing more in AI than most. And it even like I'll send you the slides that they give me here. Okay, so here's your thing. Like let me concede. Let it break down how Game Pass and digital services shifted the model over time versus unit sales and versus units over time, comparing the unit chart. Let me say yes versus revenue. Let's say yes. Let's see what it says. Okay, it says Game Pass digital services impact. Game Pass subscribers 37 million. Game Pass revenue 5 million. Blah 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 blah. Key visual idea. It's not really saying anything here. 360 monetized. Xbox One introduced Game Pass late in the life. So don't forget that Xbox Game Pass was introduced in the Xbox One era. So it also benefited from that. This is why what you're saying sort of doesn't correlate with what this is saying. Because it's basically saying, including Game Pass, because Game Pass wasn't just introduced with the Series X and S. All the features and the benefits that you have with Game Pass were first introduced in the Xbox One. So it was already benefiting from that. So this is why this picture makes more sense than the picture that you're painting there. That the Xbox One still in the same time period made more money.
So is it excluding I guess the question is like the tricky part is that you don't know how to exclude the revenue that was derived from the Xbox One from the Series X and S generation.
So it says this is now okay. So I've included this highest. Let's see. Here's the data that reveals performance of each generation. Yeah. Here's the breakdown of how the revenue model evolved across generations, especially the first 35 months, focusing on Game Pass and digital services. Original Xbox, nothing there. Xbox 360 high, Xbox One low, Game Pass and digital services. Sold at a loss, no digital ecosystem, that's the 360. Strong attach rates, Xbox One Gold subscriptions, that's the Xbox 360. Sold at a loss, slow adoption, that was the Xbox One. And then it says under Series X, it just says moderate. So it doesn't really that to me it doesn't really tell me between those two what difference that Game Pass made. Let me say gaming revenue. I'll say gaming revenue specifically. Gaming revenue specifically. You see, Ty, like why do you want these things to go on for 5 hours, bro?
Because you talk so much shit, that's why. Yeah, Rachie, we're still on. Just going back and forth with our shows.
Rachie, this thing should have ended 2 hours ago, but Ty will not let it. No digital ecosystem, strong attach rates, slower adoption. That just doesn't still give me. It gives me the same thing.
Well, listen, even Sony is same type with PlayStation 5 because they say this is the most profitable PlayStation 5. Sorry, PlayStation 5 is the most profitable gen. But the problem is that not the problem, but like everyone was saying, not everyone, but they included the PS4 sales. So they're saying that like when they say generation, they say from the launch of the PS5 the revenue increased and became the most successful. They didn't exclude the PS4 people, still using PlayStation Plus. They didn't exclude people still buying games on the PS4, microtransactions, Fortnite on the PS4. Okay. They included all that revenue into the generation of the PS5. So they're saying, they don't focus on necessarily which console is it making the most money per se. They focus on it on the generation. Are we making more money this generation than the previous generation? Yes or no? In the same way how they would have included the PS3's revenue into the PS4's revenue when the PS4 came out. I think that's what they were doing anyway.
Let me just check again.
Think about it with Nintendo as well. Nintendo would say that this year,
wait.
5 billion or whatever it is, but
it's fine. It's fine. So finally, it gives me, I think now finally it's doing what you're saying. So it's saying Xbox gaming revenue the first 35 months by console generation. So I think this will just solve it in terms of your revenue question. Original Xbox 3 billion, 360 7 billion, Xbox One 6 billion, Series X and S 9 billion.
Say those numbers again.
It's 3 billion for the original Xbox, 7 billion for the 360, 6 billion for the Xbox One, 9 billion for.
So which one was number one? Sorry.
It's the Series S. Sorry, Series X and S. 9 billion.
It's number one.
Yeah, 9 billion, and then it's 7 billion from the 360, 6 billion from the Xbox One, and of course, this is now it. Looking at all that revenue, including GamePass growth, what is it? GamePass and subscription impact, and the fact that it grew their business significantly. Yeah, it contributed 70%, 40% of Microsoft's gaming division by 2024. So, yeah, if you look at it like that, then yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that's kind of my point. My point, it's not even that. My point is people make assumptions, people project what they want about Xbox based on how they feel about the platform. And when Xbox does things that doesn't fit that narrative, they start asking questions like, well, why? How? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you're operating on incorrect data. That's always been my point. You can't judge them. You can't judge them based on what you want them to do when they're moving differently because the number says they should move differently.
Okay, cool. That's fair. So my only pushback to you is then it comes back to me then as a gamer now. Then I take myself outside like analyzing. And again, I don't know why I even end up analyzing business because I don't give a fuck about Xbox whether or not they succeed. Because I know they're gonna fail. Like in my prediction, I know they're gonna fail at because their execution is always horrible. So my whole as a gamer, as a console gamer, which is why we have these podcasts in the first place, because we're not professional analysts and we're gamers first. And we are attached to these things, or we are attached to these conversations because these are things that we either interact with on a daily basis. These are our hobbies. These are things that we care about. From a gamer perspective, I can tell you that the only reason I care about Xbox has got nothing to do with everything else that they do. It has to do with what they offered within the console space. And the moment they no longer offer that, and that dies, and I've been right about every single thing I've said about Xbox up until this point, regardless of what their books show in terms of what they consider growth and what they consider the brand doing well. To me, I still measure this from a console boy or a console war perspective, which is simple. Is how many consoles do you have out there? How many games are you producing that are competitive with the people that are putting games out there with you, which is Nintendo and Sony? And what is, in terms of your audience, how many fans do you have? How many Xbox fans are out there? People that can say, I'm an Xbox fan. I buy Xbox because I like Gears, I like Halo, and I like Forza. The moment those things fall away, to me, Xbox is just Microsoft gaming, which eventually I predict it will become. Could be wrong, but that's my prediction. It's going to become Xbox.
I think that's like, I'll commend you there, right? Because I think that's like a very fair analysis. And the reason why I think it's fair and good is because you're speaking from, like, you're being quite basic. It says like, you know what? They've had a history of flopping. And from a brand point of view, I got into the ecosystem based on this brand and based on these things. They don't have these things anymore. So the brand to me is pretty much just dead. It's different now, whatever it is. I think that makes sense. The problem that, and I notice I'm not even debating with you, I'm not arguing with you. The reason why we always get into this back and forth is what I always say. When people try to use facts to justify how they feel, then that's when the problem arises, because the facts don't align with how people feel. Facts are just facts. It's just the truth. They operate on numbers. So when you try to use numbers to justify, like, you're gonna end up flopping. It's like right now, like, we just went through this whole process of finding out, like, well, which is more profitable revenue wise, profit wise, and they're like, what's Xbox?
Yeah, but I won't consider I was wrong. Like, in terms of consoles, they still didn't make as much profit off, like, whatchamacallit, of the Xbox Series X and S than they did.
But as our good friend Fuzzy said, we've never ever judged if a console was successful based on how much revenue the console box itself made, because we know consoles always lose money. So all of a sudden,
again, we never judged.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, something we never did before, we're judging the Xbox on. And then my question to you would then be, even though the PS1 won that console generation, wiped the floor of every single body, all the other console manufacturers, Sega, Nintendo. Why didn't we say, well, no, they lost because they were losing 150 on each console, and we know Nintendo was actually making a profit on the N64. Why did we ever say that? Why didn't you ever say that?
Very simple. So how do we judge in console gaming? Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
And this will answer your question.
Mm-hmm.
How do we judge success in the console industry?
By how many consoles are sold.
Simple. So Xbox versus Series X. Xbox One.
You never said that. You said revenue. Revenue is not how many consoles are sold. You said revenue. So I push back. Does that make sense?
Well, hold up. Did I say that, like, revenue? No, like, you can rewind. Like, we can go back and watch this.
You never said numbers. You said revenue. We got into the discussion because you said revenue, and I said they're making more money. I said they're making. How do you remember? What did I say?
I
said they're making more money now than they were in the past, and you said no. Then you said, let's look at the console revenues, and I was like, okay, but why would you look at console? And I asked you specifically. I said, okay, but we have to look at the sales and all that kind of stuff. You said no. Let's just focus on the console revenue. And Fuzzy said it himself. You could look at the chat. He said, why would you focus on just console revenue? That doesn't make sense. It's a loss. It's always been a loss. But you were adamant you wanted to focus on console revenue, and I was like, okay, let's do it, I guess. And then I said, well, it doesn't really make sense to just do console revenue because it's always a loss. Let's focus on the timeline and how much money they made in that generation in that given time. That's the real question right here. It's not like what I mean. We could do Sony's console revenue. They lose. They were losing money. They're losing money on the PS1. PS2 was losing money too. PS3 lost way more.
No. But, like, again, your statement is half correct. They don't lose money indefinitely. They lose money for maybe the first quarter or the first half of the generation, and then they start making profit of every console that they sell.
But we know the PS1.
By the time the redesign comes around,
we know the PS1 was still dropping down. But we know when the Sega, we know the PS1 was losing money. And then when the Dreamcast, so when the Sega Saturn or whatever it was came out, they dropped the price again.
No. But like that was when it launched. That was day one. By the time they released the PS1, they were making a profit of the console of the hardware.
By the time they released
console
the
hardware
PS1,
makes
a profit.
Yes.
Who was making a profit of the PS1?
Sorry,
who was making a profit of the PS1?
By the time the PS1 was really, like, the first was the original PlayStation, they lost money on that. that by the time they were making the PS1, the console was profitable. They were making money off the boxes.
That doesn't make
Sony
sense.
never.
They were making money off the PlayStation 1. Is that what you're saying?
Dude, like all PlayStation consoles eventually make.
No, I'm saying that you said two different things. Like,
okay,
are you saying they were making money off the PlayStation 1 at some point? Yes. Eventually, that's what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So when you say that consoles are loss leaders, it's only you absorb that loss in the first part of the generation. By the second half of the generation, you're making a profit of your hardware because hardware is cheaper to manufacture, and that's always been the case. It's the same reason right now PlayStation prices are not going down is because of the fact that the hardware remains expensive. That's a fact. So that is why I was talking about revenue, is because eventually you make money off your hardware. Hardware does not take this is why pricing previously.
But again, Xbox said that they've never made profit off their hardware. Like they said this in the FTC trial. They've never made a profit off their hardware.
Okay, cool. Like I'll accept.
But then that means the 360 was a failure then in comparison to like
sorry?
Like it just seems like if they never made a profit of their hardware, it means the 360 was a failure. We wouldn't say that though, right?
Just 1 second.
Like, I mean, you wouldn't say the 360 was a failure, correct?
Well, again, like based on what? Like based on like sentiment, based on like what the numbers suggest.
What I mean, no, because remember, you're the one who was saying, no, let's focus on console revenue, and I'm like, why would we do that? So okay, if we do that, then let's focus on the 360's console revenue, but then it's a minus because they never made money off their hardware. So that means so did it fail? Or are you gonna say now like no, the 360 was a great console, focus on the how many games it sold and focus on the revenue it made in game? Yeah, you're gonna say that. So I just find it funny that like with the 360 you wouldn't say that, but with the Xbox Series X and S you would say that.
That what, like it didn't make it wasn't successful.
No. You wanted us to focus solely on the console revenue, not the gaming revenue of that generation. The console revenue, which is how much money did the console device make from a profits point of view, and
but like this is the thing. Like,
wait, let me finish. And Fozz's comment was, why would we do that? Why would you want that question when no one cares about the console revenue profit margins? But you wanted to focus on that question, and then the question then becomes, wait a second, would you say that about the 360? Because the 360 didn't make a profit either. So would you say it's a failure because they didn't make a profit from a console?
I mean, that console lost. No, like I mean, in terms of like the 360 was a fucking failure in terms of as a console. Yes, like the 360 lost Xbox money just off like the recalls of all the broken like consoles from the Ring of Death. It's a lot of it's partially a lot to blame for the reason that Xbox ended up being in a position where they had to hire all these other guys and they had to fire Peter Moore. Peter Moore failed as an Xbox executive, bro. I don't doubt that. I love him as a guy, like for instance, from a perspective of he was the guy that had the console vision and was driving what I wanted. But from a business perspective, he failed. I would never deny that. I would never say that as a business-wise, the Xbox 360 succeeded. It failed. That's why we ended up where we are now.
So I just wanted to respond back to Rachel's comment where it said Xbox lied about Game Pass day one because of 5 days early access. The carting called Studios Tango after winning. Oh, he's going. Okay, he's saying that Xbox lied a lot about things. I don't think they did. I don't know if I should go like tackle them one by one.
What did he say?
He said that Xbox lied that they wouldn't increase Game Pass because of Call of Duty Strike 7.
Yeah.
And I said, how do you know that the reason why they increased it was because of Call of Duty? And he just he's talking about all strikes. He's saying Xbox invented pay online Strike 1. Xbox wanted to create the first online DRM Strike 2. Xbox made games gold into trash before canceling it Strike 3. Xbox blocked all third-party controllers that are not partnered with Xbox Strike 4. Xbox lied about exclusive games Strike 5. Xbox lied they wouldn't increase Game Pass because of COD Strike 7. Xbox increased the price of console 5 years Strike 7. Xbox said no to $70 games.
You're gold.
They proceeded to release Redfall, Strike 8.
You're
Xbox
gold.
wanted to double gold price, Strike 9. Xbox wanted you to pay for Kinect, Strike 10. Xbox decarting Cult Studios Tango after winning prices, Strike 11.
Yeah.
Xbox lied about creative freedom at Microsoft Studios, Strike. Okay, man, he's going on.
Yeah, so like, look, my point is like, maybe I positioned my point wrong, like when I said revenue, because basically what I was saying in terms of success, and again, it's so misleading. Like for me, it's so, and I'll say, you know what? Let me just concede so that I don't get into another 3-hour conversation with you. You know what? This is what I feel, Tai, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this will then remove this from your your business takedown. So this is what I feel if I look at like the current situation right now. Did the Xbox Series X and S make more money out the gate? And again, like if you look at like the first 35 months, it's impressive that the fact that they made more gaming revenue during that time than the Xbox One, given the fact that they didn't even have games at launch. Which again, if I'm Phil Spencer, if I think about it, and I'm any of those people at Microsoft, I'm saying, oh, okay, so this thing of actually having games out to sell things like hardware or to make sure that we actually making money of the ecosystem is not necessary. We don't need AAA games to do that. We can simply do that by ... subscription service. Because they didn't have games out. They and of course the like if you look at like overall they made more like profit, but they made more revenue. But that's because, of course, the hardware was more expensive, so more money came in, and they had subscription services that added considerable amount, a good 3 billion overall to what the Xbox One had. But is that indicative of success to you? That's my question. For the Xbox brand.
I think success for the Xbox brand, I think, looks very different to something very different to what Nintendo and Sony are doing. I think success for them is the ecosystem. Like I generally do think it's trying to match what Steam is doing, growing the PC brand. I think that they don't have to dominate in the way they ever did from a console perspective for them to be successful, because they can. They have a subscription service that I think will be their best gaming subscription service out there. And the only reason why it's, I asked this question to Everborn one time, and he said that, like, I don't think it's a good value proposition that the only reason why you're better than your opponent in relation to PlayStation Plus is because they're not on your platform, because you've gatekept them away. Because it's like, that's like, obviously that's a power play right there, but toe to toe, you lose every time. So I think their subscription service is going to be part of their strategy. I think building the application form and putting it everywhere is going to be part of the strategy. I think cloud is going to be big for them, and they really want to capitalize on that. They're waiting for technology to blow up so they can, really, reach the billions of gamers or whatever they want to do. I think the mobile segment is tricky for them, but I think they see a lot of growth potential in that, in terms of making their own, GamePass mobile, and doing what basically Apple does with Apple Arcade and what Google does with Google Play Pass as well. I think this is what they see their future being in. I think that this is where they can see success. The console part is not going to grow in the way I think most people want them to grow, because the numbers just don't align. They can't compete with PlayStation in the way that people think they can, because people keep forgetting that PlayStation is a beast. And they don't have, they know this themselves. They don't have the developers to do this. If they had Rockstar, Activision Blizzard, maybe even a Zelda, and let's say
No.
I'm saying if they had a Rockstar, so GTA, they had an Activision Blizzard, Call of Duty, and they had maybe a Zelda, and they had a Mario Kart, and all these other games that can sell 30 million. I think even at that, the most they're doing is gaining a couple of millions. Because even on your, like I always say this, on your best day, you drop Elder Scrolls, Wolverine comes out. On your best day, you drop Fable, Spider-Man 3 comes out. On your best day, you drop Gears of War, Last of Us 3 comes out. Like that's a battle of attrition that I don't think you can even win. And the reason why I say you can't win as Xbox is because they know themselves they do not have the developers that are good enough to do it. They're just
I disagree.
No, well, who?
But like, I don't want. No, I'm not gonna today.
I won't debate with you, but I'll just ask you. I just want to know who can go toe to toe with Sony's developers and that Xbox can say, "Look, we trust you."
We can go back. We've been here before. We've been here with the PS3 and the Xbox 360. They didn't have half of the licenses, half of the IPs that Sony had loyal to them. And all they did is just they put up their wallet and they were able to buy all those games and all those IPs. You don't have to go after studios. You don't have to own all the bigger studios. You just buy the games. There's a lot of developers putting out awesome games out there. Go get good scouts. Scout and look for talent. First, put a team together that's not Mad Booty. Put a team together of people that are actually going to go out there and look for games that are going to be competitive with Nintendo, if that's what you're going for, with Sony, if that's what you're going for. And then they identify those games before you do, and then they make sure that if Sony offers you 20 million, we give you 40 million. It's as simple as that. And again, that would not even come close to being 20 billion that you would have to spend to be able to beat Sony. So them buying wrong companies or them identifying wrong talent and managing it incorrectly has nothing to do with whether it's possible or not. They've done it before. Nintendo has done it several times. Come back. Like Sony has done it.
I think the reason why Sony Xbox was able to do it effectively during the 360 era, I believe, is because Sony was still recovering from this idea that they felt that Xbox wouldn't be able to get these games. Because remember, Xbox said this, like, we had to pay money for GTA. There wasn't no exclusive deal. Like, this was just to put games on the platform. So Sony is thinking that, like, well, remember back then, games were exclusives, not because there was like a deal sometimes, just because you were making a game for a console. This is also known like with Kojima and PlayStation, where there was no timed exclusive. You just wanted to make it for PlayStation. The Japanese devs were pretty much like this. It was the Western developers that I think were a little bit more like loose. Like, okay, let's do it on displays, whatever it is. But because PlayStation was a dominant console and Nintendo had the cartridges, even Western developers didn't really want to make games for Nintendo. So Sony was under this illusion that they still had these developers on lockdown. But then it was when the 360 era came in that Xbox became aggressive in getting these exclusive games, and games that they thought were just going to be de facto PlayStation, like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, all these games decided to go to the Xbox. Sony then realized that, like, oh no, we also made our console hard to develop as well. So even the de facto games that would have been exclusives, the developers don't want to work with it anymore. So for the PS4, what they did is they leveraged what they did with the 360, so with the PS3, which is all the exclusive games, and then they leveraged that from a marketing point of view, and they dominated by going to every single developer out there saying, like, we're gonna, like, we just money at you right now, and Xbox couldn't keep up with that because because remember Sony then became the dominant platform at that point. So, like, I guess the question is, why do we think that during the PS5 era, even though Xbox is aggressive again, Sony just wouldn't be as aggressive again?
Because again, like, how did they lose the first time around, Yotei?
They lost because what you mean, the PS3 era?
Yeah. Because Microsoft just money.
They made a device that was hard to develop for.
Yeah, well, that's one aspect.
Their competitor came out with an easy to develop easy for, and it had a 1 year start.
Yes.
Right. And the competitor was extremely aggressive in getting games on their platform. But now I'm saying that, like, Sony is smarter now as well. They're not just gonna let
Sony's smarter.
drop
So, like,
console
tell
1
me,
year.
What did Xbox do? All the things that you listed with the Xbox, let's say for instance with the Series X, how many of those things did they actually do to try and counter the PS5?
They thought Game Pass was going to be something that didn't really pan out the way it did. I mean, it kind of spooked Sony a little bit, but it didn't pan out the way that they wanted it to pan out. They invested in studios, and all those studios flopped and didn't do what they were supposed to do. And yeah, that was it. Like they couldn't really. And also, this is the part that I think is important, but I blame Phil for this in the sense that he didn't really like timed exclusive deals, so therefore Xbox wasn't as aggressive on that front. But even at that, I would make a very good argument that Sony was still would be aggressive, and I would even imagine that Sony, because you have to think about it this way, Sony got they're trying to get Starfield as an exclusive. They're trying to get Starfield. They got high on.
Would have been a better game if Sony had gotten it, actually. Now that I think about it. Sorry, I'm just being a troll. Go ahead.
No, Sony got 2 Bethesda games in Deathloop and Ghostwire Tokyo, and they're trying to get a third one in Starfield. And then they went to go get Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know why we think that Xbox would have been a successful in its aggressive push.
Again, my pushback when it comes to all of that is the fact that overall, if I look at their effort, for me, and it starts with just launching a console with no games, and you've already promised people and you've bought studios, everything that you've said, you've mentioned what they did and how they failed, which I appreciate, because it shows that it's not a matter of they did these things and those things worked, or they the effort they put into those things was effective. They did all those things and all those things were ineffective. They had a brilliant console, best console, great ecosystem. It had features that PlayStation 5 didn't even have for a year or 2 years into it, and there's still features that it doesn't have today. They had 2 SKUs, a cheaper one, which is ingenious, great strategy, and a much more premium one. And this one was super affordable, which means that everyone could buy it. And then they did things like, for instance, have games look worse on both consoles and have no games. First of all, have no games at launch. And Sony's every game that they put out looks like a movie. So immediately out the gate, you're already starting at a back leg. And then on top of that, outside just doing that shit, then your flagship game, which was supposed to launch with the console, also debuts in a horrible state. All the games that you promised would be available around the first year, not available. For 2 years, you have no games for that console. So there's so many things that again, it's not Sony. I don't think it's Sony not stepping up, because Sony stepped up their game. They were always stepping up their game with Microsoft. Microsoft just never showed up. Every time they promised to show up, it materialized into nothing for the market. The market never got to market. By the time, whether it's a game, whether it's a product, it was either too late or it was in a terrible, terrible form or shape.
I mean, yeah.
And it's unfortunate, but that's to me, it doesn't show lack of that Sony's better. Sony's not better. Nintendo has fucked Sony up after Sony crushed them in Japan for decades.
No. Sony is amazing. They're
not
very,
like
very
to who?
Sony's dope. They're great.
Yeah, no, Sony's dope, but Sony was super dope in Japan.
Sony is the best the most consistent video game platform holder since its inception. On Sony's worst day was the PS3, which sold nearly 90 million console units. Nintendo's worst day was the Wii U, which sold 12 million units or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Then the GameCube, which sold 20 something million units. Then the N64, which sold 60 or 50 million units. When it comes to consistency, Sony wipes the floor out of every single body.
Yes. Correct, but they can be beaten. Nintendo has beaten them several times on different fronts.
No. But what did Nintendo have to do to beat them?
But like I'm saying, they can be beaten. Like what Nintendo had to do.
If Nintendo has to beat, wait. Nintendo has to beat Sony by finding a new target gimmicky market that is based on casuals who will up and leave when the next generation comes. Then that's a losing strategy. Because when the next generation comes, and those no. But you see, okay, you're right. Nintendo can beat them from like I get. Yes. This is the part that hold on. This is the part that I just don't understand because you're not making sense now. Again, to me, if Xbox turned around and said, you know what, we're gonna abandon the hardcore console market that ushers us in, and we're gonna go mobile. And when we go mobile, we're gonna start making 80 billion in revenue. And they turn around and be like, yo, we won. You're not gonna say they won. You're gonna say they fucked up.
But if they wait. But like, let me ask you a question, right? Again, I'm going back to Nintendo and Sony because like I don't want us to veer off to because when we veer off, then we start making all these other. Let's go back to what I said. I said Sony can be beaten. Nintendo has beaten them. Yes or no?
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
so that's it. That's the only point I'm saying is that they can be. Microsoft almost beat them.
I just think the question is so like it just lacks nuance. Like
but again, why do we need
you're right from a gaming from a gaming perspective. Yeah, but it depends on the conversation we're kind of having, I suppose. Because
but like again, like this is the same thing then like when that ends up when you say okay cool like then why are you focusing on a specific thing?
No, but you know I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that like if we want to focus on that, the reason why I'm changing it a little bit is because like when Xbox says we're putting our games on PC and Xbox and cloud gaming, it's the exact same game that you can play with a controller anywhere. It's just on an application. It's the exact same thing. But when Nintendo says, but when Nintendo told me, no, we're making the Wii, I was like, that's a fundamentally different thing than what I'm expecting. I don't want to play Smash Bros like that.
But you could still play. You could still buy a Wii Pro controller and you could still play Metal Gear Solid, Twin Snakes.
If Xbox turns around and says the next hardware console, Series X2, is gonna be pretty much the Series X, except maybe just 2% more powerful. Yeah, I'm gone. Like it's done. Okay. I'm finished. Like we're out of here.
No, you're right. I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from. And
then they say like, oh, by the way, it's not a controller anymore. It's a motion control stick. Bro, we're finished. Like I'm not even buying that device.
You see, the only thing I differ with you, like this is fundamentally where I differ, because in principle I agree with everything that you're saying. Where I differ with you is that Xbox, their strategies, they're like, again, Sony and Nintendo always come back to console gaming. Xbox's strategies are pivots away from console gaming. And then I ask you this question. Have they had any success in any of these markets that you're saying that they're doing the same pivot as Nintendo?
Well, we don't know because they're doing it now, right? Like, I don't know what choice they're doing it now. So
you're right. Okay, cool. So streaming, and I'll start with their first major pivot. Again, actually, the first major pivot was TV in 2015. We know where that ended. But let's fast forward to GamePass. Where are we going with GamePass? Because that was the thing that was supposed to be the next thing after selling game units. And it was successful for the Xbox One, Series X and S in the beginning. Is that still the future of Xbox in your eyes?
Okay. No, because I think back in 2020, Phil Spencer said it's only going to make 15 to 20% of our revenue. So they already. Okay. So again, when people make this claim, I know I'm gonna be off now. And people make the claim that well, Game Pass isn't doing what it should be doing. It's like, yeah, but they literal CEOs said in 2020 or 2021 that it's only going to be 15 to 20%. How can a segment that makes up 15 to 20% of your revenue be the reason why you succeed or fail, or be the main driver of your revenue? It can't.
Okay, so the next pivot. So is Play Anyway going to be the thing that makes them successful? And like, is that the future of Xbox?
No, Play Anywhere wouldn't be successful, but like Play Anywhere is just a marketing beat, because as soon as they say we're doing an application like Steam, everything is by default Play Anywhere. It's a bonus to the ecosystem, but and it's a good marketing campaign to have for sure. But it's essentially Steam. Like it is what it is. It's not.
Okay, so is PC Game Pass or PC Xbox or Xbox PC the thing that's going to be the future?
No, nothing by itself is going. No, because PC Game Pass is part of Game Pass, which is still 15 to 20% of the revenue. Cloud is a future play, but I wouldn't say it's part of their. I wouldn't say it's part of their thing that's going to save them. But wait. I just like to be clear. Okay, just to be clear. Wait, to be clear. You know, Sony stated. Sony stated that like 50% of I think the revenue came from 10 games that were live service games, and then I think 14 or 17% was from subscription services that they have, and the rest was divided between different third-party games, their first-party games, or whatever it is. Like, imagine I picked out each segment and said, "What's going to save Sony?" Like, no, it's everything as a whole. It's the business.
But like,
I don't know why you break it down to like. Like I said, wait. When Sony talks about their revenue, do you say, well, let's exclude the subscription services? Well, let's exclude their first party games. Well, let's exclude the third party.
Okay.
Oh, 50% of revenue comes from 10 games in our live service. Then let's exclude that as well. Like, what are we talking about here?
Fair enough. So include all of those things that about Xbox. I'm asking you this question. So do you see them succeeding and leading in all those markets or all together? What's the play here?
Do I say I'm succeeding with with subscription service games? I
mean everything that you mentioned. You're saying we mustn't alienate one thing.
I think cloud is the biggest growth sector. It's going to be the biggest growth sector next to PC, and then console will continue to decline. But I think their application console decline. Cloud will grow, PC will grow, console will decline. But the application will be in more places, and I think they'll derive more revenue. And the key thing here is that every single console that was sold as well, they won't be losing revenue on that, because either be sold at a margin, at cost, or be sold at cost, or I doubt those sold at a profit, but they could, who knows? So I doubt it. So that'll happen as well. But I think overall the ecosystem's revenue will increase. The console will decline though. But then again though, console has been declining for the last 5 years. Every time we've seen 20% console down, 15% console down, 20% console down, and guess what? They say revenue is up.
Okay. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. We're almost 5 hours in, and I knew this is the problem of just having Taye here, né? Is because this happens so many times. But you guys have been total champs. And Raichi, Fuzzy Tomato, you guys, I don't know what to say to you. But thank you for keeping up with this back and forth between me and Taye. Taye, thanks as always for joining me. I love having these conversations with you, because again, like you make very logical arguments that make sense, even though I don't agree with you in terms of like the outcomes when it comes to Xbox, or we don't see eye to eye when it comes to a lot of that. But I think generally the discussions, there's always to be learned. There's a lot to be learned. I learn new things every time we have those chats. But anyways, Taye, please plug your stuff. What you up to?
Taye Talks, TAYETALKS. Nothing really to plug from my channel, but you can find me on Twitter with the same name. Fighting with ushers or commenting on video game news.
Fighting with trolls.
Fighting with trolls. You won't see me comment on Game Pass as much because I kind of got burnt out with the Game Pass discussion. I made a video on Game Pass recently that I'm gonna probably post on my channel. It's with
Yes.
Gaming Over 30. But yeah, I had a discussion on the next day Xbox or 2 days later, Xbox dropped a video on they dropped the Game Pass users, and I was like, God damn it, I don't want to talk about Game Pass anymore. So that's what happened there. That's why you haven't seen a comment.
Can like Taya, I think can we make a promise today that this is the last Xbox? God, but like the only thing is that they only people making
possible.
New. Can we make
Impossible.
I don't want to talk about Xbox anymore. Like I'm done. Like I'm good.
It's impossible. They're too much embedded in the ecosystem. They bring too much
But the
stories.
thing is, like, you're right. Like go to any PlayStation channel, they just talk about Xbox.
Yeah.
It's like I'm tired of. Can we come up? Can we be more creative? Like I'm gonna make a promise to myself. Next week, we're gonna be more creative, and we're not gonna talk about Xbox unless it's about games or something that is really, really topical or interesting, but nothing to do with the industry. Guys, thank you, and looking forward to seeing you guys again. Same time, same place, and yeah, God bless.